Dear chess friends, welcome. Welcome to the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. It's my pleasure to be here with Grandmaster Valentina Gunina.
Great to see you.
Thank you. My name is Almira Skripchenko. I will be your host. Second game of the third round, Valery. We had so many crazy games yesterday.
Exactly.
A few
Mostly
unexpected results.
Kosteniuk and Arabidze. That was a crazy game till the end, till the last move.
Yes, till the very last move. By the way, if you haven't catch up yet, so please have a look at those games. And of course, we have a lot of videos where players provide thorough analysis, their first impressions. You know, some of them are very, very emotional. So the playing hole is getting smaller, yes?
Smaller, yes.
So 32 players left. We have 16 matches. And yes, let's have a look at the pairings while players are getting ready.
By the way, after this round, we have a rest day.
The rest day, it's after the third round. Yes, tomorrow we will have tie breaks.
Yes,
and
then on 15th we have a rest day.
Yes, we have a rest day. Like for the moment.
And later with 16 players only in the playing venue after the rest day.
So we'll have 16 players left. By the way, Valery, maybe let's remind our audience about the results yesterday. So Antoaneta Stefanova lost against Lei Tingi. So Lei played very well. It was a very clean game with black pieces. Then two youngsters, Elnaz Kalakmet and Umida Umonova, they drew. But I think that Elnaz missed a very nice chance, you know, to lead in this match.
She had a big advantage.
Then Nana Zagnidze against Valentina Gunina. What can you say about this game?
That was a very solid game, actually. Nana did his job very well from the beginning till the end. In her style, it was complications, of course. Somewhere she missed the chances, but still catch up the game and got to the victory.
Bela Khotenashvili lost with the white pieces against Maria Muzychuk. I feel that Maria struggled at the beginning of this event. She had to go through a very difficult tiebreak in the second turbulent zone, but she won very convincingly yesterday with the black pieces, and a draw is sufficient for her, and she will be qualified for the fourth round. Then a draw between Claudia Kulon and Koneru. But what a game this one was. Claudia was completely winning
with the black pieces, missed chances multiple times, and in the end it was just a fourth race with the exchange up, but there was nothing to do and to improve, and they ended up with draw.
And one of the craziest endgames that we've ever seen, I think, in our professional life, and I measure my words, between Maria Arabidze and Alexandra Kosteniuk. Please have a look at
I actually never saw the draw like that Arabidze was doing with Bishop F4. I never saw the position like that.
Especially in the practical games.
In the practical games. And actually, even in the puzzles, so later I realized that there is a draw only with the knight, only on B1. I mean, it has to stay on B1. On A1, it's winning.
Because you have the
C2, D4, F5 check. So only on B1. So black is rook and the knight up, and still it's draw. And the king is on G5, so far away from the passed pawn, but still.
By the way, maybe. Can we bring this game now on our screens, or it will be difficult? Okay, because there is one line which I also analyzed this night. So, both of us were not sleeping. But the thing is, even after rook h8, if the king doesn't take on h8, like we will maybe bring it later, then the knight has to come back in order to give a check. Otherwise, because
to force them to take on h8.
Because otherwise, bishop d4. Bishop b3, d4, king g6, yes, and it's a draw once again. It's a pure marvel. But let's get back to Charlize, who is in the playing hall right now.
It is game 2 of round 3 here at the FIDE Women's World Cup, and we are live in the hall where the game is about to begin. Some of these players are playing their final games today, while others are already fighting out to make it to playoffs tomorrow. That, of course, includes Katerina Lagno, who lost to Valentina yesterday in quite a surprising result. But I will tell you that she was the first player to arrive here today and was all smiles and in one of the best moods I've ever seen her in. So will she make a comeback with the white pieces? Let's see. The games are guaranteed to be exciting, even the ones you think will be decisive. As we saw yesterday, many of those ended up being draws. So let's find out what happens today. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. I love those small introductions before the round. And when I see Charlize, I feel that she's live from Hollywood. I mean, we're so lucky to have her. And of course, Katerina Lagno was the first one to arrive because she needs to get her revenge. Otherwise, she's going to be eliminated from this World Cup.
It was an unexpected result yesterday that Valentina Agrawal beat her the first game.
So Maria Muzychuk drew against the Chinese player Yuxin Song. Lela Javakhishvili drew against Polina Shuvalova. We had a few other draws. Also Harika Drunavali against Avrula Tsolakido. It was a very hard-fought draw. Tan Zhongyi against Irina Bulmaga. Also a very interesting game. Mirvert Kamalidenova didn't convert her extra pawn against Anna Shukhman, and Anna has the white pieces today. Yip Karisa drew against Vaishali Rameshbabu. Vaishali Rameshbabu will have the white pieces today, and please tell us what do you think will happen in this match, in this game today. Then we have Osmak Yulia who won. Okay, and finally we can bring the results on your screens. Osmak Yulia beat Liu Maiyui. A few other interesting results. Yes, for the moment, yes.
Yeah, we have to mention that Deshmukh also won with the black.
Just a second when the screen will change. So the next results will follow. Divya Deshmukh won against Inaj Theodora. Ju Jiner won in style with the white pieces, didn't leave a chance to Alexandra Maltsevskaya. So Valentina Agrawal won with the white pieces against Katerina Lagno, one of the biggest upsets of the yesterday rounds, and all the other games were drawn. Yulia Osmak, representing Ukraine, she beat Liu Maiyui, who is 14 or on the verge of being 15. Yes, we need to find out when is her birthday. The players are getting ready. Marika Arabidze is on your screen right now. A lot of cameras following the players. Lei Ting-ji is facing with the white pieces Antonetta Stefanova. Lei Ting-ji is all smiles, while Antoinetta thinks about how
it's not
to
the
get
time
some
to
chances
smile.
yes, out of the opening. To have the black pieces against Lei Ting-ji is no picnic.
At all,
Yes.
at all.
So maybe let's have a look quickly at the format while we still have a chance. After maybe the first move, we will remind you about the format of this event. Okay, so we have a record number of players participating in this event, 107 players, 46 federations represented. So 21 players, the main top seeds, joined the tournament in the round 2. There is a classical time control of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment per move. And after the move 40, you have 30 minutes added. And the players still have 30 seconds increment per move. And of course, the top 3 finishers in this event will qualify for the Women's Candidates Tournament. And the path to this tournament is quite difficult. We know that Ju Jiner and Alexandra Goryachkina are already qualified, so
we don't have Alexandra anymore in the tournament.
So only Ju Jiner is still in the race. She is fighting for the title, and right now she is on your screens playing with the black pieces against Alexandra Maltsevskaya, who is looking very determined. E4, E5, will she play knight F6? No, knight C6. And what will be Alexandra's choice? She can play the Gioco Piano, the Scotch, the Rulopist, or the Spanish, or will be it a surprising opening? Bishop B5, one of the main lines against
So we have a
knight
lot of
C6.
E4, E5s, by the way, in this tournament.
Yes, but one of the most surprising games which we saw in e45 was played by Gunina herself with the white pieces, where after bishop c4, her opponent played d6.
And f5. Or not that one.
So let's maybe choose change to Gunina. Yes, I think that we need to bring the board on the screen.
Okay.
Just a
Here we are.
second. This is it. So for the moment, this is a classical Ruy Lopez. Will Gunina go for the open Spanish and take the pawn on e4? Or will she play bishop e7 here?
Maybe even b5. Who knows? Let's take a look. She's taking her time. And she's taking on e4.
Yes, on e4. So we are headed to... Well, it's the open Spanish, but what I wanted to say, we are headed to an interesting type of positions which can come out from this opening. So d4, b5, all this is... This has been played, of course, so d5 is on the board, bishop...
Bishop b3.
Yes, and now I think d5 has to be played.
Yes.
It's already on the board, so white very often takes on e5 with the pawn here, so d takes e5. There is another alternative you can take with the knight on e5. But recently, there is another idea which made its appearance here for white, is a4.
Right away.
Yes, right away. Tricky one. The plans are slightly different because you want to open the A file and to play the standard position, but Alexandra takes on E5 almost immediately. And it's bishop b6. Once again, we're...
It seems like both of them are prepared very well. And it is quite well-known opening.
So
line.
The crossroads starts here. Alexandra has a variety of choice. She can play c3, knight bd2, queen a2, bishop e3, even a4 here.
Still.
So, yes, let's just mention all these moves. So
c3
is the main move. Yes, a4 is a very rare move. So knight bd2, queen e2, and bishop e3. Bishop e3 was played by Kasparov. Queen e2, Carlsen, Aronian. Knight bd2 was played by the devilish computers. c3 as well, of course, it's the main line. We can have a lot of transpositions. So maybe
seems like it will be quite interesting to play devilish knight bd2 in a must-win situation.
And I can understand Gunina's choice because this opening offers quite a number of forced lines where black either can force the structure or positions, for example, where they sacrifice two pieces for the rook and two pawns, and they have a very strong initiative where there are a few lines where you have forced draws. So I think that she is ready. Maybe let's get to another game for the moment while Alexandra is still thinking.
Let's take a look at the first board where Lighting G is with white pieces, and Antoaneta decided to play d6, g6. It's interesting, it has started with e4 and d6 or d4, g6?
No, e4, g6. So Lighting just decided to play e4. Maybe a small surprise for Antoaneta, but nowadays the elite players, they play with both hands, e4, d4, even knight e4, c4. They have the universal style, they know the plans, and it's very important.
Lighting G could try to be solid in this game without taking a risk too much. So, for example, the structure with bishop e3, h3, and castle here
Yes, the classical way to play against the Pertsufimtsev is this setup is very elegant, by the way.
Yes.
Your pieces are very well played, and the bishop on e2 is much better than on d3. Of course, that's why in this
Or even
position,
c4.
or even c4 for the moment. So she could be anticipating the lines with bishop g4, because she's trying to get into Antoinetta's head. She's trying to understand what's her strategy for this game. How is she going to bring chaos to the board? And bishop g4 is one of those possibilities.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And now Leiting G could feel quite comfortable in this position with white, mostly when she won the first game. Let's go to the young players.
Oh, okay. Middle Mona with white pieces. Well, another Lopez is
And
on
here,
the board.
Elmas did not capture on e4, it seems so.
Yes, she went
Yes,
b5.
in this moment she played
Bishop
b5.
b7, b5.
Bishop b7, b5,
Yes,
sorry, yeah. And bishop b7.
Bishop b3.
Typical
Castle.
things.
And here, of course, we should mention that after c3, d5 is possible without a4. And this is one of the ways, to avoid a lot of forced lines in the marshal. So a4 is on the board, and
here
Ignacy has
is
just
thinking.
played bishop b7, I think. Bishop b7 is on the board.
Yeah, maybe let's take a quick look as much.
So I think that Umida, she has a very solid approach here. She tried to avoid the dangerous lines. Players drew yesterday, so of course you have to be cautious.
Yeah, this match goes to tie breaks, I think so. It has to go there.
So I think her next move would be d3 here, because since she's not going for c3, d5 marshal, she will play d3.
Most natural and obvious. I asked you to run to other games also because I just want to win my bet on Itkarisa. Maybe there is a draw already.
Okay, so let's say we're anticipating d3 here. Let's just show it on the board. Yes, protecting the pawn. So next, Nana Dzagnidzhe is facing Valentina Gunina, and Nana went for the Caro-Kann, which is one of the main Valentina's weapons. Can you imagine this, Valery? What do you think? What happened here? Valentina knows everything in this opening.
As I remember, Nana also using in decisive games, some of decisive games, the Caro-Kann. So definitely she prepared on that, but maybe she's just remembering the preparation, because it is actually very difficult to remember everything you are preparing on, mostly on Caro-Kann, where Gunina can do anything there and feel very comfortable in any of the lines of Caro-Kann. So maybe it was just kind of even surprise from Nana's side, as Valentina thought that Nana will not be able to go on the Caro-Kann. So let's see, it will be a very interesting game for sure. I believe in that, because Valentina is not the player to give up and to don't fight till the end, mostly when she is with the white pieces. So we'll take a look at this game.
It will be a positional game because I wanted, for the moment, because I wanted to show the line, a small line before, just before when Bishop f5 was playing. You were absolutely right. There are so many lines to remember here. So Bishop f5, and White here has the choice, and they can play g4 here, of course. So I just wanted to show you that this game could have been much sharper from the move 4. Yes, so let's see, g4 could be played, then bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, h4. And this has been played numerous times by many very strong grandmasters, and black normally has to reply h5 here. And a very interesting maneuver which I wanted to show you is knight h3 here, e6, and knight f4. So it's a very double-edged position, but Valentina has chosen a more positional approach. So since she knows this opening very well, she plays
G4
c4.
also, as I know, there is bishop d7 just going back. G4.
Yes, also bishop d7, of course, it was possible. But
if black wants to avoid that.
There are so many moves, but she played the immediate c4, which is quite rare, but still one of the main moves played recently. So c4, Anana played e6, knight c3, and the knight is developed on e7.
And knight f3 was the last move from Valentina.
Normally, you can start with knight d7, knight e7. Knight e7 is one of the main moves. So what is black's idea here? We should explain a little bit. What is white's idea, of course? White just wants to develop pieces. Normally, there are a few ways to do so. One of the lines after a3, you can after knight g7, you can play a3. And what is
instead
the first?
Of knight f3.
Yes, instead of knight f3. Okay. And what is the purpose of this move? It's very interesting because the idea, I think, is to play sometimes c5 and to support this by b4. But Valentina played, yes, let's just mention this idea. There's a lot of interesting plans here. Valentina played knight f3. So she wants to develop, to finish her development. Let's say knight f3, you can play knight d7, and either you can play bishop e3, either her idea is to play knight h4 and to take this bishop. So what do you think, Valerie, here? Will she go after this bishop or not?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because first of all, I saw how Valentina is playing with knights. She's using them perfectly, and I think she lost knights. So it will not be, I think it's not the moment she will exchange that knight on that bishop. I think she will try to keep as more complications on the board as possible.
So what's interesting is also to understand, because I always thought that d takes c4 should not be played here.
Until the bishop is on f1 and is not losing the tempo.
At least to choose this moment, that's why black plays knight d7. But let's see what can happen. If you take on c4, because it might seem like a nice idea, then you play knight d7, then you bring your bishop, let's say your knight on b6, and you have this wonderful square on d5. But the thing is, when white takes on c4, it gives white this beautiful square on e4 as well, which is more important than the square on d5, and we saw this in one of Alexander Kosteniuk's game. The knight on d5 was looking beautiful, but unfortunately didn't participate in the defense. Here, by the way, after knight d7, maybe you can play knight h4. And I think that's one of the strategic ideas in this position.
And for example, on knight b6,
simply bishop, simply bishop b3. This is his standard reply. And then you wait. If bishop goes on g6, then maybe you can take it on g6. So Valentina wants to play with this structure, I think.
Yes.
Because what do you do with your knight on e7? If you put your knight on e7 on d5, then I will take on f5. And if you put your knight bd5, then how are you going to develop your bishop on f8? It's a very interesting plan. Okay, so we will see what is going to happen here. Let's move to our next game. Maria Muzychuk is playing with the white pieces against Bella.
And nice setup from Bella.
Yes, Bella went for the modern, even with Telki, maybe no, she's not going to play e6, knight e7, so double fianchetto to muddy the waters. I think that Maria replied in a very aggressive way. Very often when
that's her style.
when you're facing the modern, it's good to put 3 pawns in the center, because the difference between the game of late Tinjing and Antoinetta Stefanova is that Antoinetta decided to develop the knight on f6 first, but here Bella started with g6, bishop g7, d6, which allowed Maria to play
what
f4.
about e5 here in the current position? If it is possible to play
it is
e5.
possible, yes. And by the way, e5, the idea is to play against this bishop on d7, and very often when black takes on e5, let's say maybe if it, even here, you should take with the d pawn, not even with the f pawn. You don't need anything, just close this bishop on g7, and after queen d1 you simply take with the rook on d1. Black can still play knight g4 and then
So we
relocate
couldn't
the
take
knight.
on d1 with the long castle.
Unfortunately not, yes. But let's show maybe knight g4 here. And be careful, because I can play knight b5. What do you think? Is it
d3
possible?
bishop.
Yes, I'm afraid, but
checkmate.
knight c7 and rook d8
Okay,
checkmate.
knight b5 checkmate is hanging.
Yes, beautiful idea. Maybe to force the
knight
knight
a6.
on a6 and then move your bishop away. But here I cannot find the square. Maybe you're supposed to move it back to c1, because otherwise if you play bishop g1, bishop h6 is coming. So,
And the 4 pawn.
yes, there are a few interesting
But what
ideas
about
for black as
h3?
well.
The knight is trapped.
You mean immediately, or?
After bishop g1. So take on d1,
Yes.
take knight g4, knight b5. Your suggestion?
Yes, I like it, the suggestion. Maybe I shouldn't play immediately, but let's try. Bishop g1, yes. But I also can play knight h6,
Yes.
knight
Knight
f5.
h6 seems interesting.
That was one of my ideas. Yes, bishop h6 is losing immediately, but I also wanted to play h5 and then knight h6, which comes from
Okay, I think on e5
G6,
we have
C6.
to consider knight g4 move instead of taking on e5, because I don't think Bella is going to trade the queens there.
But I played this position myself many times with black and with white. The standard replied here normally. That's why I was struggling a bit when the queens are exchanged. Here you have to play queen e2. You just leave the bishop.
Here.
Yes. Or even queen d2 if you want. You just
in
leave
case
the
to
bishop.
support
Yes.
the f3
And if
knight.
bishop a6, then queen d2. And you want to make a long castle here.
Okay, let's
So
see.
black's idea is to play c5, but you have to find the right moment to do so, to challenge the center. If you take on e5 immediately, then this bishop on g7 will remain out of play for a while. So Maria is still thinking. She is aware, of course, of all this idea, but let's move on to our next game between Claudia Kulon and Hampi Koneru.
And here we are.
Okay.
Italy?
Yes, we've seen this line yesterday, by the way, I think in the game between, it was
Yeah, who was that?
Anna Muzychuk and Yixing Song. The knight was on the e4, but the thing is, the structure was a bit different. Okay. Hampi went for another line. f5 is a thematic idea here. White needs to take on f6, and bishop f6 or knight f6 are possible.
Bishop f6 seems
Yes, natural. And then you will play knight d2.
Is it bishop g4 possible
Yes, knight
here?
d2, bishop g4, of course. But White's idea is sometimes is to take on c6 and to play against this structure. So can we try something like this? Maybe knight d2, bishop, if you want to play bishop g4, can I take on c6?
Without h3.
Yes, I don't want to play.
And now?
And now queen c2, something simple. unless you can take on d2. No, knight d2, knight d2. What about this position?
Maybe it's time to take on f3 for black. Because taking on d2...
I feel that this is a very, very important concession. Because at least you had this pair of
yes,
bishops.
c-file is kind of decisive here. And in case of having the pair of the bishops there, let's consider. Take, queen c2, take on d2, take on d2. Still, I don't like that c-file.
Maybe you can play queen a8 instead of taking on d2. Just leave this knight for a while on e4, and queen a8 protects the pawn on c6 for the moment. But what if I will play rook ac1 here? I will increase the pressure on this c-file.
Humpy capture with the knight.
Yes, because it was another possibility. It's a very interesting alternative. And as far as I remember, she doesn't like to play with those double pawns. You know, she tried to avoid it a few times in her games. So what if knight f6 we take on c6 here?
Anyway.
Yes, anyway, we will see. And can we play
same queen c2?
Queen c2 or knight e5? I don't know. Which move do you prefer? Knight a5?
Knight e5 seems more aggressive, as we're attacking on c6 with a fork.
But after queen c2, I can't find a move as well. So what are you going to do? Maybe you should leave this pawn there on c6. Knight e5 is very aggressive, of course, but maybe you should play in the style of the marshal and just give up those pawns and try to attack.
For example, bishop d6.
Yes, I'm thinking, is bishop h2 possible if I take on c6 here? What do you think?
It's not possible because on knight g4 check, there is queen takes g4.
Ah, the queen is attacked, yes. So what do we do here?
So on knight c6, queen e8.
Yes. Knight e5, you will take, yes.
Okay, here if I take, what's the problem? Is not it equal position?
Maybe slightly better for white because of the pawn structure and the dark squares. Because I would love to put knight d2, knight b3, bishop d4, you know, and to fix your pawn structure.
So maybe not take on e5 and somehow continue, but how? That's the question. Like c5?
c5, I like this move. For the moment, the knight is not very stable, so can we play something? Knight f3, bishop g4, maybe rook e1. But I start to feel that very uncomfortable here. Yeah, maybe black has a lot of play here. So
yeah, complicated.
And the thing is, we need to understand the style of the players. This is not at all the position that Claudia wants to play with white.
Yeah,
she would want to play it with black. You know, she doesn't want to defend it. And look at her right now. I don't know. She is not, you know, feeling confident somehow. I have this feeling after knight f6. I'm pretty sure she was ready to take on c6 after bishop f6. But now that she knows that the bishop can come to d6, she's hesitating. Okay, so we will find out what her decision will be.
Let's move to the next one. Here we have Kosteniuk Alexandra against Arabidze Mary.
Yes, I just got a message. Maybe let's have a look at the game between Katerina Lagno, because I think that we've managed. Okay, you see, she took on c6 anyway. Yes. Yeah. We will try to bring the cameras on this game, because the setup in our playing hall doesn't allow us to get closer as matches we would wish to. Yes, so Katerina against Vantika.
Agrawal.
Let's bring it.
It was Nimtsovich with A3.
So here we have the structure once again, with a different move order, but reminds of the game between Maria Arabidze and Alexandra Kosteniuk. And I think that Katerina is trying to target Vantika's preparation, because the knight, of course, is going to a5, bishop d3, d6 here.
Yeah, because here is not like a concrete moves are decisive, but the understanding of the position and the structure. But for now, Antika is doing quite okay. So that's the typical idea of knight a5, bishop a6. Later, maybe even c5.
By the way, Valeria, yesterday we've shown some very interesting statistics for Alexandra Kosteniuk and Hampi Koneru, a few of our top seeds. I think that we have those details today for Katerina Lagno, so let's see how she does in knockout formats. The first time she played was in 2004. This was still the World Championship. She was eliminated by Katerina Kovalevskaya, but as I remember, in 2018, Katerina reached the final of the World Championship, and she was on the verge of winning against Ju Wenjun, but the tables have been turned dramatically during this match, and she finished second. In 2021, the first World Cup, Katerina reached the quarterfinals and was eliminated by Tan Zhongyi. And in 2023, as you can see, things didn't go her way. But in 2006, I could see that she already had the similar result. She's not performing steadily, and this confirms her opinion and her feeling about those formats, because she thinks that this is more of a lottery. She shared her thoughts with Charlize on this matter. So anything can happen. We saw it. Alexandra Gerashkina was eliminated in her first match, and the tournament is very long. You need to have a lot of stamina, be very well prepared. And
mentally, physically, from chess point of view, and everything together.
And I played those tournaments also myself so many times. I can remember that I always needed some games to get into the tournament. Then I was playing better and better. At some events, I was eliminated at the first stage, even because jet lag also was impacting my condition. The same goes for the players. They're coming from different countries. Some came 3 or 4 days before the event, just to get ready. So many elements to take into consideration to take part in this event, which lasts 1 month.
Yeah. And still 2 games match is still too few. I think so, when everything depends on those 2 games. But this is a system of our tournament. Otherwise, it's going to be for 6 months. So now we have it for 25 days, and we are saying it's a long tournament. But yeah.
Yes, back in the days when the World Championship lasted for 6 months, or some of the Soviet Championship lasted for more than a month. Candidates tournaments, I don't know, had how many rounds? 28 rounds?
What about the correspondence?
Correspondence chess.
So is it
times have
anymore
changed.
or not? Your correspondence?
Yes, it exists, of course.
Yeah?
Yes, it does. But it's the beauty.
Is there any fair play?
But it's the beauty of the gesture. I think I still remember how you would adjourn games and the ritual where you would seal the move in the envelope. You would have the sleepless night.
There was no internet. When I was very... In my childhood, I can say that one of my coaches was playing that correspondence chess, and she was just sending the letters by post.
Yes.
It was so nice to see. I mean, during when he was saying, I was asking that what was the last move. He was saying some move, and next 1 week he was thinking about how to respond on that move, what to play. And then he was saying it often to me that I have only 1 week or 5 days, so it will be a busy week because I have to do my move and send it.
But just imagine this pleasure of waiting for 1 week. It's a lost art.
Yeah, it's quite romantic.
Yes, it's very romantic. But I don't know, I liked it. I had a pen pal in the Soviet Union, so I was waiting for her letters for months, you know, and I remember the pleasure of getting this beautiful per mail envelope with stripes. And by the way, coming to the correspondence, nowadays we even have separate databases which are called correspondence games, which you have to check thoroughly, of course. I wanted, yes, to wait for Katerina's move.
Played
what was
22.
this? Because of course we know what Black's plan is. They need to play c5 to fix the pawn on c4, bishop a6, and try to get it.
Yes.
So Katerina anticipates. She played queen e2. Somehow, I'm not sure about this move. So will she develop her knight on h3, f2, or will she play f4 after playing f3?
Maybe f4 makes more
So
sense.
she wants to play queen e2 and then
yeah, because
f4
knight on
again?
f2 I don't think is so active piece.
But maybe
And
knight
also taking
h3,
time.
knight f2, g4, leave the king in the center. What do you think?
But still, after bishop a6, c5, what is she going to play? d5 or let the black capture on d4? So, for example, bishop a6 here.
Bishop a6. I thought maybe you should start with c5. Okay, it's a standard plan, but...
I thought you were saying it with white to play c5 here.
No, with black, because you need to fix this pawn's chain. We saw
Yeah.
it, so many classical games prove it, of course. And I'm also afraid that after bishop b6, there might be a possibility of white playing c5. So let's maybe start with c5.
You know what, I wanted to be a little bit tricky yet. After bishop a6, maybe I will play somewhere queen d7, and I just wanted
And queen
to...
a4.
Yes, to show it, after queen d7 and queen a4, the c4 pawn is just down.
And what
we
is
could not protect
interesting,
it.
maybe I'm sorry, Valeria, to point out, because I just realized Katerina's last move was queen e2. So overprotecting the pawn on c4, probably supporting the f4 push, but it allows knight b3. First
It
of all,
allows
maybe
knight
yes,
b3.
we should check this line, because knight b3, Katerina is feeling that this bishop on c1, while it still hasn't moved, maybe is worth exchanging, trading against this knight who made already so many moves. What do you think?
It's very interesting to compare which factor is more important. So, of course, black has sense here to play knight b3 and take on c1, and then somehow play as fast as possible c5, e5. So, for example, c5 or e5. I think e5.
I think here you have to switch. What do you think? Because e5 is also a white's threat.
Yes, so that's why maybe e5 first with black. Taking on c1 and then play e5.
Especially, there is one reason why I like this move. I play those structure also with black, and I like to play e5 and knight h5.
And now strategically black looks very good, actually.
So this is another valid option for Vantika, and she only needs a draw. So she needs to deprive Katerina of active play. And I think that knight b3, knight c1 is one way to do it. Or she can switch to a standard plan and play c5.
Yeah, now I start thinking that she will do knight b3 and taking on c1, connected to those facts that you say, that she has to be more solid, and trading that bishop is taking off the pressure, future pressure on the king side, connected to bishop g5 pin and f4 and so on.
Valeria, I love this line more and more, because I started to grasp the nuances of this position. And once again, what is this knight doing on g1? after e5.
Yes, and how to attack later on the same time, right? Where to play with white.
Maybe now here white is forced to play something like queen e3 and then knight g2, like maybe playing slowly.
Queen e2, queen e7.
Yes, and
Most
knight.
obvious.
Yes, and knight e2. That's the only thing that I can see for white here. And then, okay, then you still have castle and f4. The bishop has to be on b7, attacking the pawn on e4 to anticipate it. So, okay, let's try.
What about c5 first, if we try c5? Still, I want to make it fix in the center what's going on.
Okay, so should I push d5 or not? I feel that... And if I castle here, what do you do?
Yeah, because my point was that if you push d5, then I will start thinking about a long castle and maybe start the game even with g5.
Yes, I know you. I start to know you, so I want to keep the tension and the pressure. Pressure in the center, sorry, the tension in the center. I'm a bit tired today.
Okay, so queen e3 here, queen e7, knight e2,
no, queen e7 is a better move, I think. So knight e2, I don't want to take, and I don't want to play d5, so I want to castle. But do you want to castle here? This is also the question that you have to ask yourself.
Yes, and the f4 is already kind of hanging.
But white has also another way to proceed in this position, and it's the classical way is to create the target on b6. Yes, a4, a5, rook b1. So
since the knight is not on a5, mostly.
This is one of those positions, by the way, it's a very instructive moment, I think, for us, where white is playing on both flanks. And black's strategy is to hold, because d5 is not yet in the center. So you cannot prepare f5.
Okay, yes. Knight h5.
Vantika is looking so concentrated, so
now I need one move to play g5, the move that you love quite much. g5.
Yes, I like this move, but I am not castled yet. It's a very interesting position.
If you play f4, it gives me the chance to trade another piece to make the position more simple.
But maybe then I will have a wonderful center. Who knows? Okay, let's try f4.
f4 still?
Yes.
Yeah, otherwise g5 is coming, right?
Yes, I don't like it.
So take.
Knight f4.
Take.
Yes.
And you are taking with what? That's a good question.
Could take with the rook, I think.
With the rook. And it's time to do the castle already.
My queen is not protected, so your next move might be f5.
At least I will think about that.
Yes, something like this. So if I double my rooks on the f-file, you will play f5, or it's a bit premature, because I feel that the rook is not protected. You will open the big diagonal.
So maybe I can play bishop d7 first. Seems to me okay for black. Yeah. I mean, the resources is kind of less and less after these tradings. Resources to complicate. We're not talking about to straight attack somewhere or to create the crazy troubles. No, just to complicate. Yeah, we need complications. And the side who is in the must-win position needs complications.
Yes, but what else can I do here? I can play queen g3. I need to get my queen away from the spin, and maybe rook h4, you know, with the idea of playing a5, something. But I understand that this task is not an easy one. Yes,
it's not the easy one. Okay.
Katerina needs to be very creative here. Okay, so let's move to the game between Jujiner and Alexandra Maltsevskaya. Jujiner, she's, I think, the second seed of this event, so one of the favorites to win the event, because she was performing very well. She won the Grand Prix series this year, qualified for the candidates. She's looking forward to this tournament as well. We have So another open Spanish.
And pay your attention at time of Gunina on the clock. She has 1 hour 32 minutes.
And Alexandra just played a4. So I still feel that this is a theoretical position. How should black react to a4? Should we play rook b8?
Just a sec, I just refresh it. So here we are, a4. Oh, I had quite old position on the screen, now it's refreshed.
So very often you have two options here. You can play b4 or you can play rook b8.
So one option b4, another option rook b8.
So I don't think it's possible to leave the pawn on b5. Can we make some move? Just, no, I don't think so.
So I think rook b8, okay, it just seems to me more obvious.
So Alexandra probably wants to open the A file. She wants to take on b5 here, which is always useful.
And what to do next?
And it takes away the opportunity, actually one explanation, which is very interesting, takes away the opportunity for black to play knight a5, knight c4. It was possible with the position, with the pawn on a2, but here this is not an option anymore. So you can...
Yeah, it was an option, for example, in this moment, knight a5.
Yes, knight a5, knight c4, but when...
So maybe let's play knight a5 on a4.
a4? I'm afraid, but what if I will take on b5?
And take on b3.
So, but then I like this square on c5.
Okay,
yes.
let's take on b5 here with black. I mean, instead of taking on b3, a takes b5 and a takes b5.
But then probably you're right. Bishop c2, yes, what to do here? Yes, this was possible. Before
Okay, at
ab, of course.
c5. Is it possible to play c5 after bishop c2? To be so aggressive.
What can we find here?
Knight g5 is kind
Knight
of
g5, yes, there's so
unpleasant
many
thing.
ideas. I'm afraid that you have to be more solid
Yes,
here.
c5
yes.
is too much.
Knight
too much.
g5, maybe
G5.
knight e5, knight f3.
Yes. Yes, c5 is too much. Black doesn't have to play c5. Okay, first of all,
But
Gunina.
it is tempting. I always look at those possibilities. If you can grab a few squares in the center and have such a powerful pawn chain, but might backfire, of course. However, you know, Gunina, she's still thinking.
She's still thinking. She's thinking on a4. So she has actually three options here. Yeah, b4, rook b8, and knight a5.
Okay, so let's have a look at Alexandra Kosteniuk and Maria Arabidze, our heroes from yesterday. A very balanced position.
Yeah.
Alexandra played d4. Mary went for her beloved Nimtsovich, I suppose.
Yes.
Georgian school, I think, identifies herself, especially women's Georgian.
And with the white e3 somewhere after d4, c4.
So e3 is a very, very solid approach. Bishop d3, d5, and then Alexandra played a3. You know, she wanted to force Mary to take on c3, but then the standard reply is to take on c4 and to play c5. That's exactly what happened in this game. Mary played very well, so the queen on c7, bishop a2. And here, what is interesting, Mary decided to play b5
yeah.
immediately. One of the natural moves would be to play knight d7 with the idea of playing e5.
Yes.
Yes, maybe let's show it. So what is the difference? She could have played knight d7 and then push e5 at the right moment, but Mary went for a different plan. So b5, castle, bishop b7. Alexandra played queen e2. It's interesting, but I feel that the bishop on b7 is very, very strong, powerful. So, like in the Queen's Gambit accepted, you would want to play f3 and restrict this bishop, but
yes, that's true.
here it's not
Okay,
easy
we can
to
say
accomplish.
that Mary doesn't have any problems from the opening, but from other side also we have to mention that Alexandra is a very balanced player. She don't mind to go to the tie breaks, play the tie breaks till the end, and so on, so on. She will not take a risk. She will try. I mean, she's actually mostly solid in every games, and just making some complications on the board and trying to make the opponent do the mistake in complication position. This is how I see Alexandra's chess. This position is still could be tricky, connected to that the white still has the pair of the bishops.
Larry, I have one question, because this is the move that I always look at, one move before.
That you are afraid.
No, but one move before. It was possible because when the Queen's Gambit accepted, which I
Without
played.
knight d7.
Yes. Alexandra allowed this move, knight g4. And look at this position, because here the bishop is not on b2, so the pawn on d4 is not protected. I am simply threatening bishop f3 and queen h2 mate. And the thing is, what are you supposed to do here? Because you don't want to play g3 here with the bishop on b7 and the bishop on a2.
No way.
And
so maybe d5.
but this starts a lot of complications, yes? So I will take on d5, you will take on d5, and look at my powerful pawn chain. I will always play
I also
c4.
want to support it with the e4. But your pawns are looking stronger. Yeah, that's a fact.
I think that black has very dangerous play here. Knight d7.
Okay, I agree.
Rook
So
e8.
another option we have there, e4, right? On knight g4 to play e4.
Yes, e4, of course, but now that the pawn is not on e3, maybe Alexandra can have something. What can she have here?
You mean Mary?
Yes, Mary. No. Yes, Mary with the black pieces, yes. So I thought, is it okay? Can we take on d4, or it doesn't bring us anything? No? Can we just...
Very complicated, yeah. Let's take a look. For example, if we start with taking on c4, does not it make more sense to don't give them the chance to capture on b5 even and start with b takes c4?
Ah, okay. I wanted to take on d4
And
immediately.
the e4 pawn is also hanging.
Yes, but if you take on d4, you cannot take knight d4 because of the mate. So you are forcing me to take where? On b5?
Yeah.
Let's just first the straightforward.
Which one? Take
He
on
takes
d.
d4.
Okay.
You play d4, I can take on d4. What are you supposed to do here? You can take on b5, but you cannot take with the queen. So
So
how
I
do
need
you...
h3.
Yes. But then my idea was to play knight e5, but then you can take... yes, h3 is a good move. But h3, okay, let's continue. Knight f6, I'm attacking on e4.
Attacking on e4, e5.
But then I like it, yes, maybe. Pawn on c3, knight d5, knight e4, then knight c3 follows. It's a mess, yes?
Yeah.
But it was certainly a very interesting opportunity. But you're right here also, maybe b takes c4 was also possible. At least I think that Mary should have considered this possibility. But maybe she also had the strategy for this game to keep things balanced. You know, she's having the black pieces.
And she played a very interesting move, Almira.
Which move did she play?
In
So
the
knight
current
bd7.
position, after knight bd7, she played b4. Which is actually interesting. So later, she wants to play a5.
a4 and
And
b3.
a4, why not?
Ah, but okay, now you have the Notteboom, yes, sort of. No? That's the
Yes.
structure from the Notteboom.
So,
I mean,
what's going on d takes e5,
yes,
if we be
if you
concrete?
take on b4, then you have the Notteboom. Let's just show it, just in case. You can have this from from a different move order, I suppose, maybe not exactly with the bishop on a2, but if you take on b4, then c takes b4, let's say you improve your bishop or you play c5 immediately, but say you play c5 here, black will play a5, and that's Mary's idea. And then she will play bishop a6. So I think that Alexandra should wait, maybe bring her rook to c1, but Mary's idea is to play a5 anyway here.
e5 and e4.
So how can you stop it? Bishop b3? No, so let's show rook fc1 maybe. Not c5. Not c5, but because I think that in Nottingham also you bring your bishop to b3. So rook fc1, a5, and bishop b3 stopping the pawns. Black can actually play bishop c6 with the idea of playing and knight b6.
And on d5 they just can go back if they need so.
Ah, yes, I forgot about d5.
Why not?
No, but maybe not bishop
it's too
c6.
much, right? Knight d4 and it will be a huge initiative.
So Alexandra has a lot to think about. Does she want to play with this structure? So she's probably familiar with this. Or she can play something else after b4. I don't think she has a choice. She will need to take on b4 at some point.
Queen c6 is interesting, I think, here, instead of bishop c6.
Ah, you mean in this position?
And on d5...
No, but I can play bishop a4 maybe first. Then
on queen c6.
Yes.
And queen e4. I like my queen on e4.
But what if I push c5? What do you do?
c5. Then bishop c6.
Okay.
To try to block you on the light squares.
Yes, but then I will leave my bishop there, and we are going to...
Please play knight d2.
No, we're going to dance around. No, I always have knight e1, by the way, to bring my knight to this. I like you to play knight d2.
And I promise I will not do the checkmate. And do you know, we have the first result. And this is Ib Karisen.
No. Is
Jokey.
Well, I'll believe anything. You can't do this. But let's just finish the analysis in this position, because this illustrates very well how the game can continue. And it's sort of a status quo. Because white doesn't want to take on a4, they want you to take on a4, and white wants to double rooks on the a file. At the same time, black is going to establish the blockade on the white squares and is playing against this bishop on b2. Something like this, time will show, of course, more than 1 hour for both players here. But Alexandra will have to take on b4 eventually. I understand Mary's choice, so she wants to have...
make it clear, the position.
Yes. At least she likes maybe this type of positions, yes? So, Anna Muzychuk against Yuxing Song. Anna drew, and this looks very equal to me
so
as
first
well.
was draw, first game. So.
Draw.
Yeah, it seems this game is
it was
also
a very
going
forced line.
And look at the times of the players. Both of them spent too few time. And already we have move number 24.
Very little time, so it means that Yuxing Song is very confident that she will be able to make a draw here. Yesterday we discussed a different position, but with a similar symmetrical structure. So you still have to be very precise, because Anna played b5. She fixed those pawns on a7 and b6, and Son just played bishop d6. I like this move. She needs to trade another piece. And the question is, should Anna trade this piece, or should she keep the dark square bishop on the board?
And
Because
put
Anna
it
has the
where?
pair of bishops, of course. So even though it's looking
Where to put
equal,
that bishop
you
on
know,
e1?
maybe, or c3, I thought, but c3,
C3,
you're
bishop
going,
e5.
yes, you're going to blackmail me, yes.
Yeah. So the threat could be knight d4, knight c6. What to do against that? Against that we can do one, knight c5.
But I think
Trading
it's
that
important
knight, and in case of knight
Yes.
d4, I can do here a6.
Okay.
If I am not blundering anything, by the way, because here is b takes a6,
Bishop f1.
knight takes a6, and bishop f1. And we can say goodbye here.
Well,
So after
maybe
knight,
you can save yourself miraculously. Yes, you have to be careful. So, first of all, I think it's important, yes, to understand that white has to keep the bishop on the board. Okay, so bishop e1 is more or less forced if Anna wants to play and for a win and to squeeze something out of this position. But then maybe Song can attack the pawn immediately, can she?
with knight a3,
Knight a3, I just saw it, but then maybe you can protect it with bishop f1. Or knight d4 as well.
knight d4 is facing some e5s that I have to calculate. So first of all, bishop f1
I
is
like
like
bishop f1.
easy
maybe,
move.
Maybe that's the way to play. And the knight still has one square, yes? Or no, even two. Knight b1, knight c3 is control. So maybe knight a3 is risky.
Not the best.
But
Okay,
I can
actually we can
definitely
stop.
see how Anna can
Yeah, still.
find something in this position.
Or after bishop e1, black has to think about a move like e5 to stop knight d4.
And she plays bishop e1. She shows deep understanding of the symmetrical structure, and of course she needs to keep the pair of bishops. Valeria, before we go on a break, maybe let's just cover two games more quickly. Polina Shuvalova against Lela Javakhishvili. They drew, and by the way, the position on the board is very calm. Yes, so we have
Very solid.
yes, very solid opening. So the structure in the center has been defined. Black took on with the e pawn on d5, and Lela is postponing the castle. So I'm thinking, does she want to castle long here?
Whom?
Lela.
How you are saying her name?
Lela.
Lela?
Lela, yes.
Lela.
Lela.
She's just Lela.
Lela. But I like
Lela.
more
Lela.
poetic, yes.
Yeah, that's more poetic. That's correct. Lela.
More,
By the way, that's the name of my mother.
more like I told you, after this tournament, ballads are going to be written. We are going to sing songs. So I think Lela, so just in case, we are
So
going.
if Lela is Lela, maybe Bella is Bella also.
No, this is
Bella.
different. Bella.
Yeah, Bella is yeah. Actually, the
Lela.
original one is more
Yes.
nice. So we have very calm position here with the equal chances.
And then Inach Theodora against Divya Deshmukh here. Okay. Oh la la, it will be very difficult for Theodora to find something here, because Divya is targeting her preparation with the Lapin Sicilian with c3, but these are very forced lines, and
Look at the time.
draw
Almira.
is everywhere here.
Theodora already spent 33 minutes. And we have still move number 10.
And I cannot even find a way to complicate things here, because everything has been studied, sometimes till the move. Yes, 30
56.
and even more. Okay, so let's take a short break. We will be back, of course, with more action. A lot of media content as usual. Please stay tuned and see you in a few minutes.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places, literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games, or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day or send it to social media at FIDE.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity. Make your move. And celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
The game between international master Mary Arabidze and Alexandra Kosteniuk finished in a draw. But there was an amazing moment right at the end where Alexandra might have been able to win. I want to bring this to you because I thought it was quite nice and very instructive. So, in the game, we reached this position where, as you can see, Alexandra has an extra rook. However, she played king to f5, and after bishop to e3, there was no way to stop the pawn from promoting. And she decided to do a perpetual check, and the game ended in a draw. The pawn would promote, and the bishop would sacrifice for the other pawn. So the game finished in a draw. However, look what could have happened. Let's go back to the previous position. The way to win this position was amazing. The only move to win would have been rook to h8, sacrificing the rook, totally free. When the white king captures the rook, we play king to f7, and we shut in the king, and now the king can't come out. Of course, I'm sure that Alexandra saw this possibility, but she possibly thought that now the white bishop would sacrifice for the pawn and it would be a draw by stalemate. But check this out. Here, black would play bishop to e3 or even bishop to d2, knight to a3, bishop to f4, knight to c4, bishop to g5. And now this is the most amazing part of the study. Black plays e3, bishop takes e3, and Kosteniuk might have seen this and thought that after bishop takes e3, the game would be a draw. However, here she could have played bishop, knight to e5, and on the next move, there's no way of stopping knight to g6 mate. This would have given Alexandra the full point, but a missed opportunity.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning, held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire. Unite, transform, join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion, social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Dear chess friends, welcome to the FIDE World Cup. It's a Women's World Cup, of course, and it's the second game of the third round. My name is Elmira Skripchenko, and I am here today, as every day. It's my joy and pleasure to present Grandmaster Valery Gafrindashvili.
Nice to meet you too again.
Well, I'm always happy to find you here, Valery, you know, because I cannot do this alone. It's not easy, you know, to
It's a pleasure for
analyze
me.
games alone, of course. Thank you so much. By the way, we were talking about songs, and I know why. Especially Lela, you know, was coming. Her name was coming. No, it was Barry Manilow. I think about this scene by Jennifer Aniston in France, where she had to sing Copacabana, I think, or something like this. So she said So to paraphrase, it's just like, "My name is Lela. She was a showgirl." Yes, something like her name is Lela. She was a showgirl. Okay, but too many games are still going on. Tension is rising. Antoinetta Stefanova is on your screen. Did she manage to complicate the matters?
It does not seem like that. Late in G is quite solid, and she has the advantage. That's easy to see. White's pieces is kind of more active, more space.
But what we can notice is that all the pieces and all the pawns are on the board.
On the board.
Yes. This is the main factor.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I was trying to analyze the game between Yulia Osmak and the young Chinese player Miao Yilu, because I think that Yulia is having a great position with the black pieces. We didn't analyze it yet.
What was the result of the first
She
round
won.
game?
I told you Yulia won.
Yeah.
And in the previous round, she also defeated the Chinese player. So I was thinking there are so many top players who are coming from China, the world Chinese players. The world champion is Chinese, so Yulia is playing very well. She's doing very well against the Chinese school of chess. So
we were talking about that yesterday.
yes, so she's probably prepared already for her match against Zhu and Jun and the candidates tournament. Alexandra Kosteniuk was on your screen, and she was yawning, so maybe she didn't get enough of sleep after yesterday's game. Not easy to forget this rook h8. So Yulia is on your screen with the black pieces. Look at this wonderful
C3.
position. So for once, Yulia is the one who sacrificed the pawn. Let's maybe go through the opening.
Very interesting. I just want to mention it quickly that after g4, white has to go on e1, and all white's pieces are on the first rank. So definitely black has more than the compensation for the pawn. Let's go back to the opening.
Yes, the opening with knight g5. So the Jokopiana after knight bishop c4, black played knight f6. Knight g5, d5 is a standard reply here. Just as usual, a small course here. Black has a crazy line after e takes d5, b5. So if you want to learn something interesting, this is also a nice option. And after bishop b5, queen d5 to muddy the waters. Yes, if you want to surprise your opponent in one game, you can definitely play this line. So e takes d5, knight a5, bishop b5, and here instead of very well-known c6, yes, Yulia went for another option. She played bishop d7. Like I haven't studied this one.
Queen e2 was a response from
played. Let me just check what were the recent games in the database, because it's always interesting for me to learn something. So after bishop c4, knight f6, knight g5, d5, knight e5, yes, sure, and bishop d7. What were the recent games? Queen e2 seems to be the main move, but you also have...
did it.
Oh, Arunyan, Wei Yi, Chinese players, you know, are using Wei Yi with the white pieces, so this explains the move on the board. Queen e2, bishop e7 was played in this game.
Knight f3, the same
Knight
here.
F3
Knight
and
takes
knight
d5,
d5.
take on d7, take on d7,
So
take on e5.
It's actually the classical game which was played this
Queen
year.
f5.
It's unbelievable how our players are well prepared.
Yes.
So this game was played.
But I think something different happened here, that Lu played d3 after all of this instead of d4.
So d4 was played in June this year,
Yes.
between Wei Yi and Nguyen Tai.
Maybe
Guy.
again it was a mouse slip. Instead of d4, pawn just dropped on d3. d4 seems like
D4, knight b4, knight a3.
yeah.
Okay, so
in the game was
let's
d3.
just show, yes, d4 was played in this game.
So d4 seems like a main move. Knight b4, knight a3.
Let me check just if something else was played. So, but actually, white, if they want, they can also keep the pawn, play knight c3 here. It was played a few times.
That's
Not bishop
to the very
d7.
beginning.
Yes, just to mention this possibility. After bishop d7, queen a2, bishop b7, knight f3. So here, knight c3 can be played. Knight c3, and the best option for black is to castle. So let's see, knight f3 was played here, knight d5, bishop d7, queen d7, knight e5, queen f5. By the way, even here, black still had an option of and play queen e6.
Yeah, Osmak decided to do queen f5.
Queen f5. I just wanted to see what black is doing actually doing very well statistically in this line. So queen f5.
And what's after queen f5? Is it d4, the main move?
d4, yes, was played almost in
So there is no d3
No.
in the database,
No.
and Lu played d3.
Okay, so it was a new move, and Yulia is on her own, starting from the move d3. And let's update the position, because I think that we have a few more moves. g5 is on the board, c3. And Yulia is thinking.
So I'm suggesting g4 here to put another white piece on the first rank.
Okay, let's try. I like it.
Yeah, g4,
Why
knight
is she
e1.
hesitating? Is there another option? She
You were
clearly
to go
played
with the knight. Knight
g4.
e1 is the only move.
Maybe she wants to play h5 and g4. These are the
So
two
we can
options.
do h5 here.
Yes. Okay, so let's start with g4, knight e1, and h5. So now the knight on e1 is protecting the pawn on d3, which was a temporary weakness if white would want to develop the other knight, but you cannot play knight d2 because knight f4 then will come.
Yes, so on knight d2, there is knight f4. And d3 pawn is hanging, knight e2 check is hanging. So the obvious seems d4 to play, but on d4 I'm afraid the d4 is facing c5, opening another file.
Can we refresh it once again? Just a second, because I don't have the moves, so maybe we have some more moves. I was not. No, unfortunately, we don't have more moves.
Yeah,
and,
this is the current
And
position.
this is the current position on the board, so maybe
Yes, I can
We
see
will
it
wait.
on the camera also. Julia is thinking.
we will wait for the updates, but this is
And
it.
also we have to mention that Julia has 1 hour and 31 minutes on the clock versus 59 minutes for Lu. Yeah, Osmak has a good position. So maybe we can go to another position, as g4 seems here very good. And wait a second, so it means, now I see on the camera that Julia has 1 hour 3 minutes on the
yes.
clock.
So she thought for a very long time.
Yes.
And she still didn't make a move. Maybe she's trying to come up with a follow-up. So let's analyze this. Let's bring the position on the board. So yes, we will bring it. So g4, knight e1.
Yes, here we are, we have it.
It's interesting to understand all the nuances here. So should for the moment, yes, let's wait. Should black play c5? Because white wants to play d4. Should she postpone this move? What do you think, Valeria?
I just said that, for example, after h5, d4, it is facing c5. So I'm okay to play c5 after d4. So, for example, h5, d4, and c5.
And if c5, d4, I wanted to, well, like to attack this pawn, yes? So I'm not sure you want
On
to
c5, I don't think white will play d4.
Yes, so let's say h5, d4, then c5.
And c5,
yes? Maybe Yulia is trying to assess the complications, yes? Does she need to open the C file? But her position is overwhelming. You know, all her pieces are active. And look at this. If she will play G4, she's carefully considering it, I'm pretty sure. The knight has to go on E1, and then all the white pieces are going to be on the first rank.
Yep.
Okay,
I like G4. I like
G4 is a natural continuation here, of course. But maybe she wants to keep the knight on F3. Let's put ourselves in her head and understand the thought process. She wants to keep the knight on F3 because for the moment the pawn on D3 is not protected. So is there a way like to make this work and to win back this pawn on D3?
By the way, at the same time, I want to congratulate you by winning your bet that Vaishali and Carissa is playing a very complicated game where Vaishali has the advantage. So it was not a quick draw. You remember we bet yesterday.
Okay. By the way,
yes.
So that you acknowledged your defeat graciously and elegantly. I thank you. But I have to announce the results of our poll. And actually our audience and friends around the world, they had the same opinion. 76% voted for Vaishali to advance to the round 4, so the question was even more complex than this. And only 24% of our voters voted for Carissa Yip to advance. Of course, time will show.
So maybe let's take a look at this game.
Let's have a look at this game first, and then we will move to our first boards. What happened here? Carissa stayed true to her opening repertoire and she played e4, e5, knight c6. It was the gioco piano. Vaishali, after bishop c5, played d3. We've had so many move orders. This seems to be the new move order for d3. And before castle was more popular, before then c3 was more popular. So d3, d6, c3, Carissa decided to play bishop b6 immediately, retreating the bishop to b6, anticipating d4. You cannot give, okay, here it is, yes, bishop b6. And another trend here, white started and with a4. Yes, you want to provoke a5 in order to get this b5 square sometimes for the bishop or for the knight.
And knight a3. The knight went to a b5 immediately.
I wanted to explain the difference because black almost always replies now a5 here in order to avoid b4 here. That's why, because if white grabs the center, plays b4, a5, then has the possibility of playing queen b3, knight d2. White is always slightly better. Yes. So a5 is a standard reply. Knight a3. So she wants knight a3, h6, and bishop b5. You see what an interesting way
set up, yeah.
Yes, of playing this opening. So she played knight a3, bishop b5, and then knight c4, attacking the bishop on b6. Bishop d7, knight c4, bishop a7, castle. So knight goes to e7, not to f6. Maybe both were possible.
Yeah.
Yes. So Carissa wants maybe to take on c6 with the knight at some point. Then d4, immediately Vaishali strikes in the center. Maybe, no, I think
Seems
I
like
like it.
okay.
Yes, I thought maybe she should have played rook e1, then
I mean,
d4.
it seems to me a correct reaction on knight g7. That knight does not stay on f6, pawn is not hanging on e4, so why not to play d4 immediately?
So e takes d4. Was it forced, by the way?
You mean e takes d4?
Yes, I was thinking, should we define the center? First of all, of course, the pawn on e5 is hanging, but I thought if the knight is on e7, could Carissa play knight g6 here?
So d takes e5.
D takes c5, maybe c takes c5, then you can take on c6. Oh. But then I still can take on e4. I don't know, those are unnecessary complications, but what if I... but let's check it. D takes c5, d takes c5, if I take on c6, bishop c6, okay.
And queen e2 maybe, if
yes.
it makes sense.
But what if I take immediately on d8?
Take,
Rook
take,
d8
and take on e5.
Can I take on e5 here? What? Because then I will have rook e1 if you play bishop
Yes, but
e4.
it's not hanging on e4. It's a checkmate on the first rank. So
okay,
black
so
can
that's
just do
possibility.
castle.
Okay, then of course after knight e5, you can take on e5, take on e5, and you can take on e4. But we needed to figure it out. Okay, let's continue. Rook e1, so you're just castling. But then I can take on h6.
Tricky.
Yes, I'm winning something. So this line is not so obvious to me as well. Okay, then maybe knight g6 is not very precise here. I understand why Carissa felt compelled to take on d4. d4.
And castle.
And she has this b4 square also for her knight.
So d5 was in the game and she left that knight there. She played bishop c5. As in case of taking c6, there will be b takes c6 and the white bishop is trapped.
What an interesting way to play here. Bishop c5, I was not even considering it. I was only looking at knight b4, but then knight a5 is also possible.
Yeah, so just bishop c5.
Okay, but let's show it. Yes, that's, maybe she was forced to play bishop c5, knight b4, knight a5. Maybe Vaishali missed also this intermediate move. Oh, but this, then I will have bishop d2, no? I will take on d7. Yes, rook f2. No, take first on d7. Because I don't want you to take on b5. Or maybe here it's... No, maybe bishop d2 is possible, yes. How do you save your knight? No, I don't think that this line is very good for black. So bishop c5, what a move. Bishop e3 was played.
Take on
I have to praise both players. They're being very creative.
Yes.
Bishop b3, knight e3, knight b4. Carissa jumps to the square. So bishop d7, exchanging the light square bishops is natural here. Queen d7, knight d4, and rook f8. So here we are.
Still, white has the object to attack. This is a c7 pawn.
But black has to play c6 here at some point.
In that case, so we capture on c6.
But okay, rook f8, what white's move should be? You want to play rook c1, rook e1?
That's a question, how to start here. Because e4 pawn is somehow somewhere also hanging, so maybe let's start with rook e1.
Rook e1, so maybe I can play c6 here. Let's consider this move.
Take.
I'll take with a b.
Your knight on b4 is helping you too much.
Oh, but now the d6 pawn, I can see that you can jump to f5.
Knight f5. But
Knight
is it so
H5,
dangerous?
yeah.
Dangerous because Queen G4. I mean, because of Queen G4. I mean, D6 pawn is not so big problem now immediately as a Queen G4 move.
By the way, as you can see, Rook E1 is on the board. This is a very flexible move. So the rook is on a better square. It's a prophylactic move, so you're protecting the pawn on e4 and anticipating the jump on f5. So I think that Vaishali is fully prepared for c6. Maybe c6 here is not the most precise way to play.
Maybe
do you
once
think?
play G6 to avoid that knight
Oh,
f5.
g6.
Two more weaknesses.
Knight g4, knight f6.
King G7.
Yes, and then I just jump with my knight somewhere on d4. Let's try. I think you're losing here immediately. Let's try g6, knight g4. If you play king g7, I want to jump with my knight somewhere. Where can I jump? Knight b5. Okay, I want to give queen d4 check. This is a horrific position.
Think so?
Well, at least I would be very happy to have it.
You have very strong knights, attacking
Yes,
one
of
on the king
course.
side and another on queen side.
What can you do here?
Yeah, it's-
Knight g8, queen d4 check.
Okay, that's too
Yes,
much.
this is
to
too
put
much.
the knight
No,
on G8.
G6 is a very responsible move, of course. You should play it when you have no other choice.
Yeah.
But what else? Then rook e1 is a very, very strong move. What else if not c6? Carissa knows that she has to challenge this pawn chain. By the way, I think I saw Yulia Osmak walking, so maybe she made the move. Let me just check the position. She made a move that we haven't considered.
King B8.
King b8, you see? Maybe she
cool.
was anticipating the opening of c file, so she made a waiting move. What an interesting position, and only 15 moves have been played. Okay, so we'll get back to this, but what about our top boards? Let's have
Let's
a
go to
look.
that.
Yes, Nana Dzagnidzhe against Gunina, Valentina. Oh, Valentina has the queen on h5.
Here we are.
I feel that the opening went very well for Nana. By the way, she took, Valentina took on d5 herself.
After knight D7.
Yes, knight d7, yes, she took on d5 herself, so she played bishop d3, so she didn't want to play bishop e2, yes? So, but she had this another idea, knight h4, so bishop d3, trading the bishops, bishop b7. Everything looks pretty normal to me, and here Nana made a very interesting decision. She took on c3. So knight c3, b takes c3. Because of course you don't want to take here with the piece on c3, because then knight b6 gets into the, let's show, yes, knight c3 was played, and knight b6 is a much better piece than on d5, and the bishop on e7 is
Yeah,
a
black
much
is
better bishop. Yes.
even slightly better, I think,
Maybe.
here, yeah?
So it was obvious that Valentina would take with the pawn on c3, bringing this pawn closer to the center and supporting the pawn on d4, because black would play c5 anyway. So some
So in the game was b5, another correct move.
Oh, b5. So she is trying to dominate on the white squares. Yes.
Yes.
B5, and what happened next? Queen e4 was played castle, queen e4 c5, queen g4, rook, king h8.
Valentina went to attack.
King h8, because bishop h6 was the threat. That's also a very thematic maneuver in this position, queen e4. First queen g4. Maybe she was trying to get a hook. So if Nana would have played g6, then h4, h5 would be very useful, of course. But Nana played
Nana reacts well.
king,
She
yes,
played
king
king
h8.
h8.
It's It's a very good reaction.
Somehow, Almira, I have thoughts. I'm thinking that it's not enough pieces on the board to create a huge attack on
Yes,
the king side.
you need the light square bishops here.
Yeah.
So what was played next? Rook
Okay.
e1, Valentina
Still
brings
to attack.
her rook,
Everything to the king side.
rook c8, queen h5. So Valentina's idea is to play rook e4, I suppose, yes?
Rook e4,
Rook
yes.
e4,
okay.
then maybe jump bishop g5 to protect the h4 square and to play rook h4. Can
So what's
she do
going on?
something
Yes.
like this?
If black just captures on d4, captures knight b6 and rook e4.
Yes.
Is it possible or not? That's a good question.
Anyway, everything is possible today because Valentina needs to win.
Yes.
So she might as well throw herself at Nana and fight her on the boxing ring, you know. But she needs to win this game today at any cost. So rook e4.
Knight d5.
Let's say
seems
knight
most
d5
natural,
and then bishop
g5.
g5. Yes, I have to get this square.
What's going on if we
h4 square.
trade bishop takes g5?
I think that this is it. Then Valentina is probably
h7
winning.
and f7 is
Yes.
hanging on the same time, so it is just winning.
No, I think that Nana has to be careful here because rook e4, bishop g5 is a very powerful plan. So what are you supposed to do here? I want to play rook h4.
Yeah, already seems like a huge attack.
So Nana is trying to understand. And by the way, look at their clock. More than 1 hour
Yes.
for Valentina and
Nana
30
is in-
minutes left
yeah.
for Nana.
And it's still only move number 16.
Yes, and the thing is that Nana feels the pressure because the position is not yet dangerous, but this queen on h5, you know, looking at those pawns f7 and h7 and knight jumping on g5.
What about g6 in the very last position that we were
After rook
analyzing?
e4, g6,
Yes.
yes, queen h6. I don't have too many moves there anyway, so what do you do here? Rook
And
g8,
rook g8. Here is a
After-
very nice
queen h7, but it doesn't win. Yes,
perpetual,
yes, it doesn't
perpetual
win, yes,
check.
yes.
So
Let's
queen
show it,
takes
yes.
h7, king takes h7, rook h4 check, king g7, bishop h6, king h7, and there is no checkmate because the rook is hanging. So that's why white has to do bishop g5 back to do the perpetual check. Just a sec, I'll go to that again.
By the way, if you would be in Nana's shoes,
Yes.
how easy it is to make the move g6 here. It's very difficult because you are
Difficult,
weakening
but,
the
you know,
dark
you
squares.
don't have a lot of options. You don't have a lot of options. Look at this. I mean, rook h4 is hanging. What to do?
Yes,
physically.
it's a very dangerous
Yeah,
threat,
rook
of
h4,
course.
there is just a checkmate there. So g6 seems to me like only one move to do, the only obvious move.
We haven't tried something else, but for obvious reasons, I didn't want to play something like f5 or f6 because probably it's losing. But let's show maybe how white wins after f5, rook h4, h6 is the only move, and maybe bishop h6 is completely
Definitely,
winning.
yeah.
Yes, so this is it. Bishop h4 taking the rook, and then bishop g5 winning the queen.
That's enough
Yes.
from this
It
attack.
can be very fast. Okay, Nana is still thinking, let's leave it at that and move to the game between Maria Muzychuk and Bella Khotenashvili. Yes? Her name was Bella. She was a showgirl. I will write a poem maybe at the end of the event, but now I'm too tired. I need to pay tribute to my wonderful colleagues and players who I admire so much. So I need to get a night of sleep.
What
at least a
happened
good
in
one.
this game that Maria does not have advantage on time already? She spent too much time, and also I don't think that she did her best in this position. I mean, in the last position we were considering. So
She played e5, by the
she
way.
played e5.
Knight g4.
Ah, we were saying queen e2.
Yes, queen e2. Okay, so that's
Queen e2
the
seems
difference.
better.
Yes, because Maria maybe was not aware of this idea in the opening that you have to leave the bishop on
Yes.
e3.
So bishop g1, just castle.
Actually, I think that bishop g1 is already in inaccuracy here, but it's still possible because she wants to keep the bishop on g1.
But another inaccuracy, I think so. Bishop c4 on the next move. Castle and bishop c4.
But then she doesn't want to castle long. It's very strange. Because let's say if you play queen e2 even here, if
even here makes sense.
Yes,
right?
it makes sense because I want to castle long. Bishop a6 never works because similar ideas as with black, you can play bishop queen e4. You're forcing maybe c6 here, yes? But then bishop a6. Oh, queen a4, bishop f1. Oh. You're forced to play king f1.
What's the problem?
No, but then king f1, yes? You have to play king f1.
Yeah, because taking on a8 faces bishop g2.
It's not as easy as it looks, but I think then the knight on g4 is out of play, and I will play h3, g4 with so many tempies.
And put that king on g2 if I need to, right?
Maybe let's show here. It's another white's idea is to use the moment where the knight is on g4 and to play h3. So you cannot comfortably play knight h6, knight a5, and g4 maybe here works.
It's excellent.
If black cannot play f5, another thing.
Easily.
Yes. Because now that the king is on f1.
Take on f6?
Yes, take with the pawn. And f5 follows.
Yes, but okay.
Okay, this is too much.
F5 is too risky also.
No, but it's very thematic also.
No, I mean after on Passan and then F5 kind of a little bit late. And in case I need, I can play F5 on my own, but I don't think I will play F5 here.
Bishop c4. Maria wants to be very solid in this game, so bishop c4, e6, h3, knight h6, g4 probably doesn't work here. Let's find why. Because okay, now this bishop on b7 is becoming a monster. So what can you do here?
D takes e5 first. That's forcing white to capture with anything else but not the d pawn.
F takes c5. So can you challenge the center here by playing c5? Let's try c5, but I'm forced. Maybe c5 here. It's getting very dangerous, and I'm thinking that.
So obvious, to attack the pawn range there.
Maria wants to avoid all those complications. Okay, so g4 is risky. But then Bella brought her knight to f5. Okay, white position is still very solid. After knight f5, Maria castled. What she always has to have in mind is to keep her queen protecting the knight on f3. Because if you play queen d2 here, let me show this. Let's say we make a pass move, something like
knight d7,
knight d7, yes. So if you play queen d2 here, black's idea is to take on f3, just to give this bishop.
And then d5.
And then, yes, you can play d5, bishop h6, and black is simply better.
Because of this horrible pawn structure on the f file.
So you have to be very careful. It's such an interesting round because we have different objectives and goals on every board.
Yes.
Someone needs to bounce back. Someone needs to make a draw with black. Someone needs to make a draw with white. Yes, to be super solid. So we don't know what to do. How about Hampi, Koneru, and Claudia?
Is she attacking? Let's take a look.
By she, who do you mean? Hampi?
No, Kulon.
No. Claudia decided to take on c6 and to play against those double pawns. So
but light square bishop seems so powerful.
Yes. b3.
For black.
But Hampi maneuvered the middle game very well. She brought her queen to g6. And the bishop on f5, you're absolutely right. It has no counterpart.
You see bishop d6 happened there.
I did?
After taking on c6 and knight e5.
Okay, so we were right.
Yes.
We were right. Hampi was ready to sacrifice this pawn. And Claudia didn't take it. She played f4. So at some point, Hampi took
Hampi did
on e5.
everything.
Yes, she played very well. Knight g4, she took on e5. She traded this powerful
And bishop
knight.
a3 also later was a good move to stop rook moving to c1.
Actually, this was sort of...
Claudia offered the draw.
Yes, as a silent draw offer, and Hampi refused. So she thinks that she will be able to outplay her opponent here, because she could have played bishop a3.
Yeah. If
repeating
Hampi
the
played
moves.
bishop a3, Claudia was ready.
Was ready probably, even though her bishop before was on d2, so maybe she improved it on f4. But after bishop a3, I don't think that she had a better option.
Yes.
Let's say.
So since black plays queen g6, it seems to me that black is still slightly better. Again, based on the light square bishop. Yeah, light square bishop on f5. Later could move on e4, create some threats there on g2. Later we also can double up the rooks on f5. I like black's position. So let's
Mary against Alexandra. Okay, and they went for the structure as we thought. Alexandra took on b4. A few moves have been played. a5 standard reply. Bishop b3, knight e4. Both players are how do you say, they are aware of the plans and they're making moves which are
But I think
typical
White is
for this
doing better.
position.
White is doing their job better, as their pieces now seems to me more flexible.
But here we were considering bishop c6.
Queen c6.
No, both, I think.
Yes,
bishop
yeah,
c6
bishop
and
c6
queen
also,
c6.
but bishop c6 we did not like because of d5.
And then bishop b7, yes?
Yes.
But by the way, after queen c6, why couldn't we play d5?
I was going to play queen a6.
But the thing is, White almost never wants to play d5 because then the knight gets the square on c5. So maybe it's an improvement. Let's try bishop c6 here instead of just a few moves before. Just wanted to check this line once again. Bishop b3, bishop c6. If you play d5, I will play bishop b7, and
Yeah, we were just saying some knight d4, and we did not like this position.
maybe knight c5.
But knight on c5 seems like a very strong piece, no?
Yeah, but then maybe knight b5 with the idea of playing bishop f6, g8. It's
Complications,
it's
too
a
much,
fight with mutual chances. So I'm a bit skeptical about this move knight e4 because it allowed Alexandra to play knight e1 and f3.
Yeah.
Do you
after
think that she's better here?
Yes, definitely. Definitely now White is better. White's pawn structure in the center is so powerful, and Black is not threatening to push a4.
But okay, let's say Mary will play knight d6.
Okay, first of all, c4 is not hanging, but what's going on if I play c5?
Yes. You want to play c5 anyway, so let's
And on
check.
bishop a6.
I wanted to play knight f5, but then
And
you can
after
even
e4?
play e4. Oh my God, this is.
So bishop a6, maybe.
Now I just wanted to see how Black can repel this.
It seems like a
powerful
clear
attack in
advantage
the
for
center,
White here.
Yes. I agree.
Let's take a look at the youngsters one more time.
Yes, we haven't
For a
seen
long
their
time.
game. Yes, Elnaz and Umida. Oh, the position is a rather.
What is that? The pawn up, White is pawn up.
Yes, White is.
Clearly pawn up.
Was it sacrificed because the position is closed for the moment? White just played f3. Maybe Elnaz was counting on developing a strong attack on the king side.
Yeah, she blundered queen d2 move.
She blundered.
After
Let me see.
b3.
Where was this?
She blundered queen d2.
Queen d2.
Yeah.
But something is not right. Wait
Why?
a second. But then the bishop is on g5. How did we get here? So she managed to take the bishop on e7. Okay, let's see. Queen d2, h6, the bishop. Take on e2. Knight f3.
Me just for now. Yeah, it's clear blunder, yeah, queen d2. And now, in the previous game, Elnaz was material up. Now she's material down. Now let's see how she will fight back. White is just
Here,
pawn
maybe
up.
queen g6, I was thinking.
Instead of
So rook b8, maybe it's, this move is not necessary. What I think is that Elnaz wanted to play rook b4, but this queen cannot be trapped anyway. So queen g6 instead of rook b8, and to play f5
Seems more
immediately,
dangerous
and
for-
bishop h3.
I like this move. Queen g6 creates a threat, and who knows? Maybe I'll play f5 also.
Yes, and you can develop the attack immediately. So if rook a2, maybe f5 or bishop h3 first, and then f5. Just to have one extra tempo.
Definitely.
That might not bring us anything. but-
Completely agree. But Elnaz decided to put a bishop on b7 and then play f5.
But the thing is, very often we underestimate that white can make this move f3. It's a very powerful defensive resource because it looks ugly, yes? So what if black will play f4 and have this avalanche of the pawns, g5, g4, h5, but then the king can run, I think. She can play king f1, king e2, king d1, c3, king c2, or even c4, king c2. What do you think?
Why not?
Yes, c4.
Why not?
So, and then simply bring the rook back to a1 and connect the rooks.
Yeah.
Maybe she forgot that f3 is actually.
That's a very nice
is-
plan, by
yes,
the way,
it's a very
moving the
strong
king.
move here. You can. This plan was invented, you know, in the King's Indian for white
Yes.
so many years ago. So,
Yes.
I
But it is, you know, it's just a happiness to have it in your game.
I merely know my classics, yes?
Yeah.
So if the young generation studies the classics, and I often use those games from the 60s, 70s with a few of my students, and they are exceptionally beautiful.
By the way, I also had it in my classical game in the World Youth Championship, right 30 years ago. And I still remember now when you said that, that's so good feeling, you know, during the game when you're doing that.
Yes. Well, this is aesthetic beauty. I think this is one of the elements which we are so sensitive to. Yes.
And by the way, what I did in that game, I put my king on the queen side, and later I moved that king again in the center. And I was so happy, and I won, of course. That's why I was happy, actually.
So, what do you remember more vividly, the birth of your daughters or that game?
No, definitely daughters. For me, family is more important than chess.
I understand, of course.
As I quit chess 20 years ago, my daughters appeared after I quit the chess. So if they were on the same time, then I don't know.
Okay. Then, let's have a look at the game between Anna Shukhman and Miroetka Melidenova. We haven't analyzed it yet. The position is very interesting for me, very unusual. Started probably with the English defense, but then Miroetka played e6. So the English opening.
First game was draw,
yes.
right?
Mm-hmm. And Tarash again. So Miroetka, with a different move order, she is using the same opening as against Alexandra Garechkina.
Yes.
And here you see that's the difference, because maybe she thought that Alexandra will go for g3 and Anna goes for this line. She played g3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop b7, castle, castle. White takes on c5. And
Take back.
yes, you take back with the bishop. I thought a3, with the idea of playing b4, bishop b2, developing maybe the bishop on the big diagonal, and a5, not allowing white to play b4.
Now queen c2, as there is no knight b4.
Queen c2 with the idea of playing. No, you cannot take on d5 yet. But why not bishop g5 here? Maybe it's
Instead of queen c2.
maybe it's a forced line. Yes, bishop g5 and then d4, knight e4, bishop e7. Or maybe even d4, take on f6. How does it go? I feel that it
I
has
don't
been
think black
played.
has any problems.
No,
Yeah?
no. Okay, so
Yeah?
queen c2 was played, h6, so not allowing bishop g5 here.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, immediately pinning the pawn on d5. Since I'm not familiar with this position, I have to understand. So bishop e6 was played, and if white plays e4, black will always reply with d4, yes? I think there is no
Why
other
not? Yeah.
option, yes? Because I thought, can black play knight g4? If not, you know, e4? I was looking that knight g4 is an option. What do you do here? It's interesting. Should you leave this pawn on f2 because you cannot protect it? So let's say you take on d5.
With the knight?
Oh, no, with the pawn. I want just to take on c6 or an e6. And what do you do here? Knight f2.
Definitely.
And what do you do after knight f2? I'm not sure. Because the rook is
Too many things to
yes,
calculate.
attacked. So if we play something like king f1 here, then you simply take on d1 and this is it.
Why this is it, if the queen takes?
Yes, but maybe now, like you know, I can simply move my bishop. So how
Take on
many
c6.
pieces do I have? Bishop
pieces.
f5 and I threaten bishop d3.
Ah, there's another trouble connected. Okay, so it means I should not move my king.
No, but e4, I think it's not at all in the spirit of the position, but I wanted to
Okay.
check this line. I'm always curious.
So in the game was knight a4.
Knight a4, of course, which is white's strategy. So she wanted to play on the dark squares.
But suddenly she captured on e6.
And also I have another question, as usual, before ordering. By the way, when you are in the restaurant,
Which
you know,
restaurant?
any restaurant, are you the person who would always order and know, we will know what to order, or will you have questions? When
Questions?
Yes, when you see the menu.
Oh, mostly I don't see the menu.
So how do you order? You know what
I'm just
you
asking what I want, if
Okay.
they have.
Because I like before
No, in
I would
Georgia,
always
in
know,
Georgia,
yes,
but
now
abroad, yes, I'm watching the menu.
I'm always asking questions.
Mostly, maybe, what do you suggest? No?
Okay,
Yeah?
yes, the restaurant suggestions, yes, and then, but are you asking about the flavors, the cooking techniques, you know, the textures, the influences, things like this?
No.
No.
I'm just tasting it, and if I don't like, I will not go to that restaurant anymore.
So if knight g5 here, what do? You take on f2?
But it seems that you are asking always.
Yes, I need to understand everything.
So bishop takes.
Bishop takes on f2, knight f2, and then you will take probably on d5, yes?
With the bishop.
With the bishop, and then if I play
I want
something
queen
like...
b6 check.
Yes, even e4, queen b6, but knight e4 is also coming with check, I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
this is far too adventurous, so let's get back to the current position. Queen f6 was played, and what about our time? Not our time, but Anna Schuchmann's time.
Schuchmann has 27 minutes versus 47 for Merward. Oh,
And black
it
is a very comfortable position, don't you think, here?
Yes, it is.
The knight on e4 is very powerful.
Yes,
Bishop
it is.
on
I mean, what
h7.
else to have in Taresh more
Exactly.
than this with black?
And you cannot play b4, bishop b2, b3. The rook is hanging. You cannot play knight d4. The opening phase went very well for Merorit, and I think her play is easier here.
Yes.
Yes.
Black has more simple life.
Before we go on the break, a few games that we still haven't considered. So Tanjongi, one of the tournament favorites, former world champion, is facing with the white pieces Irina Bulmaga. They drew their first game. How about this position? G6 was played by Irina, so maybe white will double the rooks on the e file. What do you think, rook e1?
Very equal.
Very
To
equal,
me, it's
yes.
very equal.
What was the opening, just in case? Oh, it was c4, the English opening. Then Stavrula Tsolakido against Harika. Let's just quickly give the assessment. 3-3, 3-2, but opposite color bishop, so
just a
this is
draw.
going to be a draw.
Just a draw, and actually, if we mention that Harika was winning yesterday in one move, going to the tie breaks for Stavrula is not a bad option.
And please have a look how the game unfolded between Katerina and Vantika. So Katerina Lagno is playing with the white pieces against Vantika Agrawal. She needs to win this game. And you see, Vantika decided to play c5, and Katerina immediately sees this opportunity and to play e5. So d takes e was played, d takes e, so she was considering this move order, and bishop f4, cementing the pawn on e5. I think that Katerina got what she wanted here. You see this double pawn c3, c4, they actually take away
it's
all the
absolutely
squares.
okay,
Yes,
yes.
d4 and d5 for black's knights, and Katerina has a pair of bishops. And this explains why Vantika is sitting at the board fully concentrated, because she's about to be worse here. So after she played h6, so I think that she wants to castle long here.
Black here.
Yes, because she doesn't allow white to play knight g5. So let's see, what if she castles long here after bishop g3? It's probably the best option for black. And maybe she can play knight e7, knight f5, reroute the knight in this way.
Actually, it seems to me that black is minus plus okay also. I mean, it's just a mutual play with a lot of complications. Still, when the piece does not have any problems, I feel like that the position is playable. So black piece, not any of them has any problems. It's another question that maybe black could have more, but still the position is playable.
So anything can happen in this game, of course.
Yes.
So let's take a short break. Once again, anticipating time troubles. We will be here, we'll be back in a few minutes, as usual. Same faces, unless you're going to be replaced by someone else.
That's possible.
Not today.
And I am waiting when you will be replaced with somebody else to just compare that how good it is to be with you.
Okay, thank you.
See
The
you
theory
soon.
of relativity, yes? Just to be verified here, the World Cup in Batumi, but see you in a few minutes.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places, literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games, or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day or send it to social media @fide.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity. Make your move. And celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
I'm here with Maria Muzychuk, who just won game 1 of round 3. You went into tie breaks yesterday and you said you weren't really expecting that. What was your mind like today going into the first classical game?
Okay, first of all, like Bala is a strong player, so I mean with black I wanted to play solid. but I was unsure when I played c5 because now like I opened the position and it might be tricky. But on the other hand, her knight on h4 is out of play. So I thought I would be okay, and like in time trouble, she missed queen b6, I think, because she started to shake her head, and it was obvious that she missed knight a3, I think.
She also missed the chance in the game after f5. I'm sure you'll look at this later. There were some sacrifices there with taking a rook, and then she had some advantage. So I think that would be an interesting video to have as analysis. You seem surprised. Did you ever think that she had any sort of advantage at all?
Actually, I'm really surprised because I calculated knight f5, rook f5, g4, you know, like all the time, and it didn't work. But maybe my calculation was not that good. I need to check it.
You said also in the previous interview that your calculation you think is a little bit off in this event. Tell me, what do you do to kind of refine that before your games to prepare and sharpen this?
It depends, you know, because like, you know, before the tournament you try to solve puzzles and everything is fine, but okay, like you come and like you miss many moves and it's strange, you know, like in chess you never know, because like in our case the tournament lasts for 2 weeks, like, you know, it's a very long period of time, so you never know when your calculation is good and when not. And
when you solve puzzles, do you do these online, or do you have a certain book that you are going through?
Boss.
And Maria, of course, it's been 10 years since you won the Women's World Championship in this knockout. You know, 10 years ago, your Grandmaster title, 10 years ago, the championship. Tell me about your growth since then. Do you feel like a stronger player?
Yes, I feel that I improved my play, but okay, like looking at my rating, it's hard to say so, yeah, but on the other hand, I feel that I'm a stronger player.
And of course, reaching the crown, the title, is, you know, the epitome of chess. What other goals do you have set for yourself?
Just, you know, like many other tournaments, so let's say World Rapid and Blitz Championships. Yeah, I would like to win at least once in my life. Also maybe, like, you know, some really strong female tournaments. It's also interesting. Of course, Grand Prix I would like to win, because 3 times I became second. And it's so disappointing, yeah, and you are 3 times second and you never win. So I hope it will happen one day.
And will you be playing in the Grand Swiss?
Yes, I'm going to play.
Do you prefer these knockout events or the Swiss style events?
These knockout events are too stressful for me, especially tie breaks, so I think I prefer Grand Swiss system.
Well, I hope the stress is a little bit relieved and you can relax a bit, especially after this amazing win against Bella. Well done once again, and good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Hi everyone, welcome to sunny Batumi in Georgia. In this video, I'll be asking some chess questions to locals. Let's check how well they know about chess. What do you think is a profession of this person?
Chess player.
Oh, you know chess?
Yes.
Okay, you know who is it?
Well, she looks familiar, but I don't know her name.
Do you know who's this guy?
Yes, Magnus Carlsen.
I know him. He's from Norway. He's a checkmate.
Just
Yeah.
play it, yeah.
Looks like a convicted person.
Actor? Yeah.
I think she is a hiker. She loves mountaineering.
What?
Traveler.
Yeah, traveler.
A ballerina?
Is she an actress?
Actress? Okay.
Yeah.
What about her profession?
No doubt, model.
I don't know. Writer?
I don't know.
A decent Central Asian, a girl, I think from Mongolia or something like that. She looks a nomadic.
She looks like.
A nomadic person.
Okay.
It's, oh my god, it's the new world champion. Gukesh? Yes.
Maybe blogger?
Horse rider?
Okay.
This person is a famous chess player from India, Gukesh. I know him.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire. Unite, transform, join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
And we are back, as promised. Valery, which game attracted your attention? We haven't seen... Oh, by the way, I just saw we have a first result. Stavrula and Harika, they drew. So which game looks very interesting to you right now?
I think Gunina Zagnidze.
Okay, so let's analyze this
Connected
game
to that,
immediately.
Valentina is in the must-win situation. She started attack, preparing the huge attack, and on the same time she has a very big advantage on time. She has 51 minutes against 8 minutes for Nana, and it's only 18th move. There is 22 more moves to do until the second control. And
However,
the last was...
she played rook e3, Valery. We were thinking about rook e4.
Yeah, but that was on knight b6.
Yes, so what changes after rook c6? Why Valentina decided to put her rook on e3, maybe with the idea of transferring it to h3?
Yeah, to do it with the easiest
yes,
way.
Let's say rook e3. Let's pass one move. After rook e3, a6. Yes, so what could have happened after a6? Maybe knight g5 immediately? Just
very nice.
Jumping on this beautiful square with the idea
and
of
after bishop g5,
rook h3.
just rook h3.
Is it winning? I don't know. It's
yeah, because
so
on
much,
h6 it will be bishop g5.
Yes, it's so much like Valentina anyway, so we have to consider those moves immediately.
There is just bishop g5.
But then what if h6?
Bishop takes g5.
Ah, bishop takes g5 and you will take on h6.
And instead of h6, if the black plays bishop h6, then just capture on h6.
Okay, so knight g5 was this huge threat. That's why Nana played king g8 after rook e3.
Yeah, now knight g5 is not dangerous because of bishop takes g5 and rook h3. Yes. There is just a simple h6.
So can Valentina switch to something else, like knight e1, with the idea of playing rook g3 and rook
going
h3?
Going back with the great ideas later.
Yes. But at the same time, knight e1 takes away the square on c2. Can jump to d3, f4, h5, maybe sacrificing on g6. All those motives that are in the air.
But there appears g6, that there is no queen h6 move after g6.
No, but I wanted to play rook g3 now. Okay, let's postpone this move for the moment. So g6, rook g3.
What about bishop h4, just to calculate?
Rook g4.
Rook g4.
You have to go back, rook is, king is, bishop b7.
I wanted to play f5. Maybe it's too crazy, but I wanted to do f5 here.
You're forcing me to sacrifice my rook, and what am I supposed to do here? Okay, let's try rook g6, h takes, queen g6. Maybe I don't have more than a perpetual here, and we know that Valentina needs to win here.
But from other way, it's just unclear what to do with black next here. Queen e7 and queen h7. That's the point. Okay.
Okay, maybe there is not much. Can I play queen h5? King
I don't
g8.
feel well for black.
Yes, but the rook is on f1. Unless you can play f4 here and rook f3, but that's too slow. So
yes, but what about simple knight f3?
I wanted to play bishop h6 first, threatening mate, and then knight f3.
After rook f7.
Let's try bishop h6
the rook
first.
f7 is not possible at all. Okay, I will go to that line.
Because rook f7, I have queen g6.
Yes, on rook f7 there is queen g6.
So rook h6 and then knight f3, but I don't see mate. Of course, white has a very dangerous initiative, but you sacrifice the whole rook. What can you do here? Queen e7. Okay, let's protect ourselves from the mate on g7.
And knight f3.
And knight f3. Ah, okay, the bishop is trapped.
Very dangerous for black.
And the rook on f8 is still hanging, so this line still seems like a very complicated one for me.
So after knight e1, what else could we suggest for black? What about the moves like f5?
f5 immediate? But then I can play rook h3. Here, you forgot. And then I will sacrifice only my bishop on h6.
Just a checkmate.
By the way, recently, maybe let's continue. I had a game last year where I thought that I was completely mating my opponent, and it went in a similar manner. My opponent played f5, and it was a defensive idea. I played rook h3, h6, and I thought that
Queen
after
e8?
yes, bishop h6, this is it. But my opponent played queen e8, and the game still continued. And I can see that here you still have this resource. Of course, you shouldn't take on e8. Maybe then you will be able to hold, like with knight b6, controlling the c file, and maybe even pushing a5, b4. So this extra pawn on d4 is not really an extra pawn. But maybe here you have to move your queen somewhere. Where?
And still sacrifice on h6.
Yes.
Queen f3 with tempo. We have a tempo here.
Okay, queen f3.
And then rook g3 continue attacking.
Okay, but Valentina is still thinking. And by the way, this is something we haven't even considered, Valery. Nana has only 8 minutes on her clock. 8 minutes. For how many moves? For
22.
More than 20 moves. This is going to be a wild game if Valentina will sacrifice something. Okay, let's quickly move to see some other games. What
Maybe
about
Kosteniuk.
first? Maybe late in G, because just to see if Antoinetta managed to create some
a lot of things changed
counterplay.
in Kosteniuk game.
A lot of, but I think that Lei is doing fine.
Late in G.
Look at this knight on e8, bishop on f4, knight f3.
She has excellent position. She has just an excellent position.
Yes, for the moment I think that Lei is in the control. And she played h4, and h5 will fall, of course. Okay, so what happened in Kosteniuk Arabidze?
Oh, pardon me, but we have to go back to Valentina's game.
Okay, let's have.
It was so unusual d5 and knight d4. In this moment, of course, this is a very famous idea to make the square for the knight, but right now, when the rook on the 6th rank is kind of ready to move on g6 to help the king, opening up the 6th rank. But now f5 square also appears for white. Okay, the position here still continues to be complicated. So I wanted to show you the game of Kosteniuk Alexandra against Arabidze Mary, where Kosteniuk has already a good advantage, but it seems like she missed something.
By the way, let's get back just for 1 second to Valentina's position, because when you said about this move d5, I was trying to remember which classical game is one of the most famous. And do you remember, I don't know if you remember this game, Polugayevsky Tal?
Yes.
So this is exactly what happened. d5. Polugayevsky won such a beautiful game. He sacrificed the pawn, and I think that Valentina uses the same motive to create her attack. Only in that game, Polugayevsky was able to sacrifice on h7, but here Valentina is.
That's why I mentioned that rook on the 6th rank is kind of changing the situation.
You are absolutely right, but the d5 was so much in the spirit of the position. Okay, let's see if Nana will be able to resist, especially with only 8 minutes on the clock. And Valentina sometimes have this e6 move on her, like at her disposal.
I think bishop c5 is just extremely necessary to do here for black.
Bishop c5 here after queen e2. Okay, so what can we do? Can we play e6 here?
e6 and take. And the crazy adventures begun.
Knight e6, attacking the knight and the queen, the bishop and the queen. What do you do? Queen h4. Wow, attacking.
And on rook h3.
Rook h3.
Some interesting things gonna happen here.
queen f2.
Here we are.
I don't know what is going to happen in this game.
Take and rook takes f2.
Yes, but rook takes f2, then maybe I can take on f2.
With the rook, yeah.
Yes,
No, I said
yes.
the rook takes f2 for black.
Ah, okay. And then
Okay,
take on
this is just
e6.
winning for black.
Yes. But maybe queen f2 was not necessary. Maybe rook f2 was also possible.
Yes,
I was just
that's true. That's
looking
true.
at this position, but there are so many counter-attacking options for Nana as well. You know, before, which were not even available. So rook h6 and queen h4 after
Bishop
h6.
c5, I think that's why I said that it's extremely necessary. Without bishop c5, the position could be very tough for black.
Okay, but quickly, once again, so Alexandra, yes, against Mary. Let's get back to this game. But then Mary brought her knights to e7 and d7, bishop c6, and queen b7. This looks okay for me, no?
I don't think that queen b7, the last move, was okay for
But
black.
you need to wait anyway here. You don't want to take
I
on
think
a4.
they could get more.
More for black?
Yes,
Ah, okay,
there
but then
was
what
some-
if you take on a4? This?
Yes. So take on a4, instead of queen b7, take on a4.
So you wanted to make the use that for the moment the rook on a4 is not protected? Well, there was some idea?
And e5.
Ah, e5
Just
here.
to attack that pawn range.
And if I take on e5, let's say d takes e5.
D takes e5,
What
queen
is-
c6.
Ah, so if I play rook c a1, then you will take on c5.
Yes.
That's the idea. And if I move my rook, then you cannot play a4. Let's say if I play rook a1, what do you do here? You play positionally?
Queen b5.
Queen b5 and knight c6 you want, yes?
I like that your pawn range is now great.
Yes, it's a very interesting positional idea. So one move that comes to my mind is to play e6 and to open the bishop.
Yeah, you have to. If you want to have some counterplay, you have to do that. But now I'm not pawn down. Then I could have rook a6. I liked it for black, I just, you know.
However, I'm not even sure how to assess this position. That's the trouble with those positions, that we have to use other elements than some classical evaluation. Yes.
Okay, anyway, Mary played queen b7.
The c6, f takes c6. So queen b7, let's say if you take on c6 now, maybe...
Oh, she played queen d1.
Queen d1, okay, so she wants to take on c6 then, maybe. Queen d1. But now we know that e5 is in the air. Maybe Mary is not considering this idea. Yes, it's not easy move, but I'm still not sure about the evaluation. Okay, let's move to the game between Anna and Song Yixing, because a lot of things have changed there. Anna still has her pair of bishops, but look, the knight is on a3, protecting the pawn on c4. And if you would want to win this pawn on c4, you would have to transpose it to the opposite color bishop endgame, and it's a draw. And you cannot get rid of this knight.
Okay, the position is very close to draw.
Okay.
Very close to draw.
Anna just played f4.
Too few resources.
Will you play f6 here, just to support the pawn on
Why
e5?
not? Why not?
Yes, this is getting closer and closer to a draw, and Song Yixing played very well. She plays king d6, it's another option here.
Why not also? To activate the king more.
Because if you take on e5, let's try, take on e5, king e5, then if you play bishop c3 check, I can play bishop d4, maybe I can even take on e4 and the king is getting even closer. What do you think, bishop d4 or king e4?
Take on e4. And if you take on g7, then I can play bishop d4. Oh, Who is this?
Tension.
Who is this?
Under the table.
Both of them?
Yes.
Whose pair is that?
What a beautiful image.
Oh my God! I just wonder whose pair is this.
So we were wondering what is going on under the table. This is it. This is it. So let's see who is the player.
Oh,
yes,
this is
Song
Anna and Song.
Yixing. Yes. Thank you so much for this moment of truth.
Yes.
So we know that
reality.
both players are very nervous. Okay, then Lela Javakhishvili against Polina Shuvalova. Still a very, very solid structure. Lela managed to
create the weakness on
create the
C6.
weakness on C6. Yes, she used the standard plan of minority attack.
But as we know from the old sweet books, the only one weakness is not enough.
Yes.
But still, it is good that one weakness in the opponent's position and not yours.
Alexandra Maltsevskaya has only 8 minutes left, so maybe let's have a look at their game. Because we left it after A4, only 6 or 7 moves have been played. Zhu played Rook B8, take on B5, Rook A6, Bishop D6, improving the bishop. And I think that Zhu simply outplayed her opponent. So Queen E8, Queen D3, creating the battery. But for the moment, the mate on H7 is protected. So she used this moment and she played Bishop D7. And here, but okay, if you play Bishop C2, Queen D3, why don't you play Bishop G5 here?
Queen H5?
Oh, Queen H5. Okay, that's attacking the...
Oh, sorry, C6. We are blundering but G5 is also hanging. We have to calculate it, what's going on.
Yes.
I mean, Queen H5 is not like that's it.
That's why maybe she played Knight F1, anticipating Queen H1, Queen H5, and all the ideas with Knight G4 and Rook F3.
Okay, anyway, for now, it's a huge advantage for black.
Now it's advantage for Queen D. But how did it happen? Let's see. Bishop G4. So pinning
Bishop
the knight.
D4 is a very strange move.
But you see how Jujiner immediately spotted that the position has changed. She just played Bishop D7. Look at this. This is how strong players are capable of adjusting themselves to the unique situation. She just played Bishop D7, and I think that this came as a total shock for Alexandra Maltsevskaya, that after Knight F1, Jujiner played Bishop G4.
Yes, that's true.
I don't think she was expecting this move, so Bishop D4, Knight D4 was played, but was there something else?
Instead of what?
Bishop G4.
Okay, giving the pair of the bishops is not the best option, so maybe anything but not that. Like.
But the thing is, if you go Knight FD2, no, just a second, Knight E5 is coming. We need to understand that there was no time left to spare, so that explains the move Bishop D4, because she has to parry the threat of Knight E5. So
but after that and taking on F3, the position is so comfortable for black.
She might play for a win here now.
Why not?
With no
if
risk.
she is not risking. Knight G3 was in the game after B4.
And 8 minutes left for Alexandra Maltsevskaya, and still, how many? 17 moves to make?
Yeah.
How about Divya Deshmukh and Ines Theodora? Because we thought that it will be very difficult for Theodora to find counterplay in this opening. And
we are right.
By the way, Valentina won.
Oh, so quickly.
She destroyed, she demolished Nana Dzagnidze, so now the arbiter has to make the drawing of lots for the tiebreaks. We can see it live. This will determine which player will have white pieces in the first game.
Oh, and happened what I was talking about. No bishop c5, that was extremely necessary for black to play. Instead of that, Nana played rook g6. And
But wait, what happened? Queen e2, Nana played rook g6, and we
E6
know that
and,
e6 is in the air. And is it winning immediately?
seems like that, yes.
e6, so threatening to take on f7. Nana has to move her knight.
Just knight c6 came
And
off and
knight
piece gone.
c6 is winning everything. But what if knight b8? Can I protect the c6 square? Maybe just to make a few more moves in this game. How should you continue after knight b8? Of course, Nana was in severe time trouble, and maybe
Okay,
she
he
missed
takes
d6.
f7.
And if rook takes f7, I'm protecting.
Is there no bishop b4?
Bishop b4 and rook a8. You're absolutely right. So this position was already hopeless. Yes, let's show rook b4, bishop b4, rook e8, winning the queen. 23 moves.
That's excellent performance.
Valentina came, saw, and won today.
Tie breaks.
Tie breaks for those wonderful players.
So we already have 2 tie breaks.
And please don't be fooled by Valentina's rating. She was way over 2,500. She is such a dangerous player. So let's see who will prevail
for
tomorrow. So where were we? Muzychuk Maria against Bella. Actually, Maria managed to play g4, and when white plays g4 comfortably, it means that they are much better. What do you think? Because you don't have knight h4, the knight has to go on e7
It
here.
seems like white has an excellent position here. They're just dominating.
Bella is also getting very low on time, 14 minutes, but what if knight e7 here? But knight c7 is the threat. I want to take the bishop on e6, or knight d6,
Knight
everything.
d6
Knight
also.
d6, maybe Bella wants to take the pawn on a4. Could that be? Let's try knight d6, queen a4. Yes,
Yeah, that's not the best option. That's giving the chances.
she's still in the game. But then if knight c7, you need to take on where?
Then I don't know where to take.
But I understand. You have to take on d1 first, so you'll be able to play queen c8
Yes,
after
queen
knight
c8.
c7.
That's
So rook
correct. So
d1,
rook
let's
takes
try rook
d1,
d1,
takes d1,
knight d7, knight c7, and here
we
you
have
have
queen
queen c8. But still, if I'll take this wonderful bishop, I think that white is
But the
going to be
pawn on
fine.
f4 is hanging, and c4, both of them. But on the same time,
But can I
there
play
is very
g5?
unpleasant.
No, g5 I don't want to
You know
play
what?
g5.
First rook d7 maybe, and then I will think about g5. If the knight moves, then maybe I'll play g5.
Yes, rook d7 is a very nice move.
Yeah, here white has a clear advantage.
It's always a good idea, yes, to put the rook on the 7th rank if you can.
If you can enter,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so Maria is actually pressing here. How about Claudia against Hampi? Hampi is still playing. She managed to soften the king side a little bit because white played g3. And Claudia doubled her rooks on the f file. How?
I
We
was
have
saying
our
about this
result.
position that I like it for black. Somehow Hampi is proving it that light square bishop is enormously powerful.
And Valerie, we have Charlize live with Valentina Gunina, the winner of this Clash of the Titans. Valentina just beat Nana Jagnidze.
I'm here with Valentina Gunina, the first person to finish today with a victory against Nana Jagnidze. And what a game that was, Valentina. You had to come back from your loss yesterday. Tell me all about it.
We prepared it with coach, and because I'm playing my own Karakan, so for me it was kind of reverse. It was on the board, but just color. And yes, c4. I also don't like it when I play my black Karakan. So we prefer to play c4, and yeah, but probably she just didn't prepare it or didn't remember or whatever. And yeah, for me it was kind of easy because I need to win, and she needs to concentrate. I mean, we both need to concentrate, but I mean, for her probably it wasn't so easy.
Yeah. And that final tactic on the board is a beautiful one. I think we'll make a puzzle out of it. How happy were you when you saw that after she played Rook G6?
I was calculating Rook C6, okay, just D5, and without Rook H6, I was calculating Rook G6 because, okay, Rook G6, it's she got under attack. Everything was hanging, so I don't know. I need to ask coach, but I'm happy. I'm happy to stay here for one more day, and probably who knows.
And how are you feeling for the playoffs tomorrow? Of course, it helps that faster time controls are your thing. You're great at that. How are you feeling about that?
We will look tomorrow, but I'm so excited. And you know, I will tell you a secret. I was attacked by mosquito during the game.
In the hole?
Yeah, and I was like, what? And then I started to scratch because of it. And I don't know, maybe I'm too sweet. But all mosquitoes in the playing hall attacked me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, but it sounds like you attacked them back somehow. And otherwise, how are you doing here in Batumi? How is your health? How is your happiness?
I just like to be here. Just because I have a lot of team of supporting me, like my brother, my coach with family. So I'm just happy to play, to come back to play. So serious tournament for me, it's just like I'm lucky to be here.
And they're here with you, like physically, they've come with you to Batumi?
Yes. Yes.
That's so nice. So they can distract you a little bit from the chess.
Just supporting.
Yeah. Well, that's so nice. Thank you, Valentina. And good luck for the playoffs tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. At least you have some good time to rest as well. It wasn't like a 5-hour game.
Yeah. And I like to watch my own how girls play in this tie breaks because it's really interesting. I like to watch all games during my own game or after the game, and especially tie breaks because it's really it's so complicated for player because you need to concentrate. You're so nervous, because it's knockout. But yeah, it's really so interesting.
Well, it's also interesting that you say you're watching the other games, because most players I talk to, they're like, I only focus on my game, I see nothing else but you do. So I can ask you about your opinion about the results. I mean, Katerina losing yesterday, all of these things. What do you think about the play that's going on here?
Yeah, it's really interesting tournament. It's so difficult for girls because it seems like all of us nervous, even who is who experience and who's play more often than me. I mean, and for example, because I didn't play so much, for me it's quite difficult to play in classic. But it's not because of physically now, and I'm not get so tired after the game because I have some special tiring of my illness, so I can compare everybody around so tired, and for me whoo. No, I mean, because for me life is different, and for me even tiring is I'm active, I can do it, so it's different for me. I just enjoy to be here. Even I lost, I can continue to smile and because what to do? Yesterday it happened because of opening. I forgot the right the right jump by queen, and then when I realized, I remember like, okay, bishop d6. It was somewhere in our preparation, so it was like kind of funny. Yeah, oops. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Nothing is stopping you, not fatigue, not mosquitoes. You're on a roll. So good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlize and Valeria. The phrase will be definitely in my head for this month. Valentina said that she is too sweet, but she is not as innocent as she looks. She is very dangerous, and she just confirmed what I said at the beginning of the round, that it was a risky decision to play the Caro-Kann opening against her, because it was like she was playing against herself, Valerie. She looked very happy, ready for the tie breaks, but we have so many games still in progress. Which one should we go to?
I think let's go to the Shukhmanana against Kamalidenova Mirwert, where we have a very interesting position. And on the same time, also, we have to go to the Lagno Ekaterina's game.
Okay, knight on c1.
Actually, that knight captured the bishop on c1, but still, it is a quite nice-looking knight on c1, where it seems black is still better.
Mm-hmm.
They are
but
still
how
better.
about Queen a5? So Mirwert sacrificed all her pawns on the flank. So on the queen side, I can take the pawn on a5. So she is
Knight d3.
playing
Almost
for
obvious.
the pieces domination. Yes, so knight cd3 you want, or knight?
Yes, cd3.
cd3. Mm-hmm. So attacking the pawn on f2.
Yes.
Because queen on a5 for the moment protected the knight on d2.
Yes.
Knight d3. What can I play here? But do you want to take on the f2?
In case, I also will consider knight c6.
Oh, knight c6, okay.
And then take on d2, and then f2 is hanging for sure.
Mm-hmm. And I cannot play knight b3 here, because then you will take rook f2.
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So the great initiative here.
I agree. The initiative is palpable, it's there, and
10 minutes on the clock.
And Mirwert is in her element. By the way, just to mention that we have a few other results. So Stavrula and Harika drew, Anna Muzychuk and Song Yexin drew. What about Katerina Lagno and Vantika Agrawal? I feel that Katerina is much, much better, and what I can see that only 40 seconds are left for black in this position.
Oh, such a tough position. It's just interesting to look at their game.
So bishop e6
Katerina
was
Lagno
played.
against Vantika Agrawal.
So how about knight e5 here? Because anyway, we need to protect the pawn on c4, and Katerina...
I mean, Katerina is making it even more complicated, but maybe you were right, and it was better just to keep a huge advantage with knight e5.
But of course, I understand that, especially given that her opponent is in time
It's
troubles,
a very good practical
she plays
chance.
f5, attacking first of all the queen on c7. Don't forget about this one. So what can she do here? e5? She wants to win this pawn simply. e5, and maybe we can take on e5. Knight e5, yes. Mm-hmm. I forgot about this one, that Katerina can simply win the pawn immediately. So knight e5 and bishop e5.
But still, I think white could get more from that position, you know. Here bishop on g6 is kind of stacked.
Mm-hmm.
There is no high pressure on the black's king anymore. I mean, okay, maybe not only black's king, but in total on the position where we trade some pieces.
Mm-hmm. But maybe Vantika wants to take on c4 here. I can see she can get her pawn back. Queen
Is
c4.
not it losing immediately, like take, and queen e6 check?
I don't know yet. Let's see. And
Let's
you want to
take
play
a look,
e7?
take,
Yes.
and
Mm-hmm.
take, and I want to play e7.
Yes, what can I play? Rook d8, just postpone it for one move, because if you take, I will play king d8, but it looks completely lost. Of course, maybe you can simply play after rook d8, rook e1, no?
And I'm just promoting.
Yes.
Or if you play knight g8 instead of rook d8, then I have rook d7.
No, this is completely lost. No, you cannot play bishop c4. But then what? Then the queen has to move.
And this is what is happening. Take on e5. Definitely Vantika will take.
But the
bishop takes
the
and
queen
just
has
move the
one
queen.
square, queen c6. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, the bishop on g6 doesn't allow black to double the rooks on the e file and win the bishop on e5. So let's stay on this game. 25 seconds for Vantika. Bishop e5 is on the board, and let's see if Vantika will play bishop c4. We know that this line is simply losing for black.
Played queen c6.
No, queen c6 is our
That's
board.
on my board.
Yes. She's still thinking, and what about her time? Okay,
Yeah,
queen
queen
c6
c6.
now is on our live board as well. Katerina is wearing red today.
It means, and you have to continue.
Yes, I
As
know.
It means
but I'm
that-
just thinking that I was thinking about the corrida. Yes, so it means that she was ready for blood, you know, and fight. She needs to get her revenge. Queen c6 is on the board. How about our other games? Yulia Ostmak. Oh, a lot of developments there as well. Let's get back quickly there, because as you remember, she played king b8, anticipating maybe knight a3 and then c5. You see, she didn't want to open the c file with her king on c8.
The position seems even with more advantage.
Even better, yes. Knight e1, but she
What's
allowed
going
black to
on
play
here?
knight e4. And just to say, Yulia is in her element. She loves to attack. She's a very dynamic
And look
player.
at the time.
Yes, 16.
More than 30 minutes, and white has already 2 minutes on the clock. Mira.
But how to assess this position?
I think we can do a lot of things there.
Yes, queen h5. I think that black is fine at least. Yulia needs a draw, but she is attacking. So can she take on g2 and bring the rook to g8? Is this possible?
There are so many options that I am a little bit even stuck which one to choose.
Okay, let's take on g2.
Yeah, let's make it simple.
Yes. I always want to open this file when the king
White
is
is
on
forced
g1.
to capture
Because if knight e g2,
the
then
knight
you play
f3.
Knight f3,
Checkmate.
and this is it.
Yeah.
So, I mean knight e1, yes. So you
Yeah,
have to
so
take
e3.
knight e3, g2.
But in that case,
I was thinking, if you play knight g4 here, there is still queen f4 check. So you cannot win in one move here. But maybe then you can play something else after queen f4, bishop e5, and the rook is hanging on d1. Yes, I missed this.
on knight g4 there is knight f3.
Yes, I'm not winning immediately. But maybe let's put it on the board, because
Which, knight g4?
yes, knight g4, because this is the first move which comes to my mind. Yes, if queen f4 protects the pawn on h2, then you're fine at least for one more move. But here I feel that after rook d1, black is completely winning. Yes,
e6 checky.
and we go somewhere. Queen e5. Can I play queen e5? Then you will take on g4.
On
No,
f7.
no, I'm even losing here, yes? So, rook d1, e6, maybe knight e5 then, so just not to lose everything immediately. But it's complicated, you see, it's not easy to
Yeah,
see
it's not
those
easy.
things.
So let's make it a little bit
Yes,
more
maybe
easy.
let's avoid knight g4.
So f takes g2, knight takes g2, and just play.
But what if my move, rook g8, I want to make my move.
What about rook g8 instead of taking on g2? Is not it more powerful? Or we connected to all of these ideas?
Okay, but let's say it's transposition and I will play king h1 here, because rook g8 was always
Queen
on my
f4
mind.
again. I don't like that queen is entering in the defense and also on the same time attacking us. That's why I don't want them to open up the queen.
But the thing is that the rook is hanging now, so I can take
So
it with
take
queen d1.
And take.
How about this position?
Take on f6.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, not f6. Take on e5.
Bishop g5, yes. No, but you can't take on f6. What am I supposed to do? I just have to retreat my knight somewhere. But this is too much. You know, the g file is open. I'm up in exchange. No.
What about d takes e5?
Where? Bishop
Instead
g5.
of taking on f6.
Bishop g5.
And take on f7.
It's a game, but you have the knight on g2 and knight on e1.
I have excellent knights. Be positive.
Don't tell me you want to play f4 here. I feel that you want
Yes,
to.
Definitely.
But what if
I'm
I
dreaming.
play here bishop d2?
That I
move.
don't like too much.
Make a move here. Knight on 3.
Don't like it.
You see, and your knights will not be able to defend for a long time.
Yeah. Okay, what to say here? The multiple things is working for Osmak.
I feel that Yulia can also take on d4, then take on g2, a lot of options for her here. So how about Vaishali Rameshbabu and Karisa Yip? There've been a lot of maneuvering in this game from what I can see. The knights were on c4, on d4. Karisa actually had to play knight g8. You remember that it was not easy to make a move after rook e1. She played king h7 and knight g8. She understood that she needs to wait.
King h7, not a bad move.
She didn't play c6. Rook a3 with the idea of bringing the rook to the king's side with rook h3 and rook g3 maybe.
Karisa is doing her best to survive, and she has time advantage. This is a plus.
But Vaishali played d5 here, so she decided to go for something concrete. e5, d takes e5 is forced. Yes, we don't have any other move.
And queen d8.
Takes it. Queen d8.
Now d5 pawn is hanging, at least kind of hanging.
But so queen d6 was not possible because of knight b5, yes, and you cannot take on d5 anyway. Okay, so queen d8 is on the board, and how can we improve for white?
I was thinking about queen f3, but I think there is knight c2. Just a simple fork. What happened? Where my position gone?
Queen f3, knight c2.
Yeah, here we are. Yes, because knight takes d5 is not working here for black. That was my idea, to capture it, and when the knight captures, there is queen f7. That was my original idea, but I'm just missing knight c2 after queen f3.
And how about knight e4 then here?
Or rook f3.
No, after rook f3. No, after queen f3. I'm not sure. Then your idea.
Just continue my idea and play knight e4.
But everything is hanging. Karisa has such a tactical eye, but so does Vaishali.
Yes.
So I have no idea what is going to happen because
So
the knight on e5 is hanging. Yes.
Knight e1. Then?
But I can take maybe on f6. Yes?
And king g7.
No, but I wanted to take with the queen.
You want to take
Yes,
with the queen?
knight e1, so then I can get the rook back. What do you do here? If you take, then I will take. As a very famous grandmaster would analyze, yes? Takes.
Take.
Yes.
Take.
But
Yeah, seems nice.
But I just saw another idea. What if after knight e4 you play rook a6?
Oh my gosh.
Because if you played rook a3, I'm allowed to play rook a6 and protect my knight on f6.
So let's do it till the end and play d6.
Oh, g6, rook d6.
Too much?
How about rook d6? No, this these complications are wild, and don't forget that Vaishali is getting lower and lower on the clock. She has only 4 minutes.
So
and
on rook
30
a6,
seconds.
there is another wild move, right? Knight c6.
Okay, I haven't seen this one
crazy.
yet.
Super crazy.
No. That's too much. I can find 2 moves in a row, but 3 moves in a row, like Knight c6, it's too much for
What the
me.
craziest things happening here?
And after Knight c6, if I take on e1, yes.
It's super crazy.
I can't believe it. But maybe this is possible.
Okay, let's see.
By the way, in the game between Tan Zhongyi and Irina Bulmaga, I think that Irina even managed to have a better knight on f5. So she navigated the middle game very well. Look at this bishop on b2 and the knight on f5. So Irina is probably slightly better here.
Yes, she is.
So she will make a draw on her terms if she needs to, of course. She can play knight d6, knight e4, maybe bring the queen to a more active square. But most probably this game will end up in a draw anyway, yes?
Obviously, it's very close.
But if this would have been Magnus with black, would you be so sure that white will be able to make a draw?
Against the Magnus, any position will be with a big and huge doubts.
So once again, back to Katerina Lagno and Vantika. We still have the same position, so Katerina is still thinking. So this is Alexandra Maltsevskaya is down to 50 seconds.
By the way, we did not review for a long time Umida and Elnaz. What are they doing there?
Let's have a look.
Seems like Elnaz got some chances as she activates her bishop, but still the position is very difficult to survive there.
So many interesting
What about
games.
Muzychuk Maria, which is on the 7th rank there?
Yes, the rook is where it should be.
But Bella just attacked that rook.
So Maria decided not to take the bishop on a6. Now bishop c8. So
Rook has to go back.
we can go rook d6. Yes, but maybe the knight wants to have this square. So we have only 2 squares, rook d3 and rook d6 in this game.
This or that. Okay, let's make the decision here that the position is still complicated. Maybe Maria somewhere has a chance to make it super clear. Of course, her position is better, but again, only 1 pawn they traded.
By the way, Lela and Polina, I think that both are playing very well, and
classically,
this is getting also closer to a draw. But what I wanted to notice, this g4 move is a very nice one, because Lela wants at least to get some advantage on the
Lela
king
is very
side.
good in techniques, actually.
So g4 is a very good move.
Yeah.
First of all, maybe not even allowing black to play h5.
And getting the space. Later, maybe later, not right now, but later we know some strategical ideas connected to pushing g5 and creating the weakness on h7.
Oh, Valeria, get back to the game between Claudia and Hampi.
Somebody attacking?
Claudia Kulon left her pawn on h3 unattended, and Hampi grabbed it. Was she right? So g5 was played here. How did it happen? So g4, Hampi immediately spotted that she could have played h5. But how about rook g2 here?
On h5?
Yes, on h5.
Is that
Bishop
it?
e4 maybe. Bishop e4.
Just take on g4 maybe first, or
but-
immediately.
No, I thought bishop e4, you cannot play rook g3 because h4 is winning the rook.
That's correct, yeah.
So,
This and
okay,
this.
I think that she missed this g4, h5, forcing black to play
unfortunately.
bishop h3 and e6. Okay, I think.
Why not taking on h3? Because of rook f4.
What do you mean? Now after bishop h3, yes, rook f4 and queen g5.
Okay, queen
Yes,
g5.
let's show it.
And then just take the rook.
Beautiful tactic spotted by Hampi Koneru. She looks poised, looking very confident. And Claudia is regretting her game from yesterday. Because you don't, against world-class players, you don't get this chance twice.
Yeah, it's true.
So bishop h3.
But still, some complications. I mean, it's not like done. There is some complications after e6.
But you cannot take on h3 for the moment, so I can play rook e8
Yeah,
first.
that's just why it wanted to take on c7 also, but rook e8 is just solving all problems.
And rook b8, of course,
B8,
because you need to keep the rook on the f file.
Yes. On the same time, if white captures on c7, it's not with tempo.
But so let's continue. Queen h3, rook f4. It's a straight line, rook f4, queen g5. What else can you do here? King h1, king f4. Can she take on h5 here, Claudia?
There something different happened. On e6, Hampi played bishop f5.
Okay, but it's also
Absolutely
yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Just pawn up.
But let's just, I wanted to
Okay,
check this line,
just
of
a
course.
sec, I will go
She
to
wants
that.
to be sure that her position is winning. Here, I thought queen g5, king h1, queen f4, queen h5, maybe I can take, you know? And the rook is hanging. You see, maybe she didn't like this line. How can we reply here? Claudia is always dangerous. And rook, if rook goes, then where? Rook e7. And can I play something like rook where? Maybe king g2 with the idea of playing rook f1, but then you will play bishop d6. No, maybe this is fine as well.
And d4 pawn is also hanging. Okay.
And Hampi decided not to go for this line to avoid complications, and she played bishop f5.
And we have the new result. This is Divya Deshmukh draw with injured Theodora, and our congratulations to Divya. She is passing to the next round.
There is not much to do in this line, and it was a very wise opening choice for Divya. You know, she secured her qualification for the 4th round. We will show the prize difference maybe after our break. So we have some...
Another result. Osman Yulia agreed on draw in that position that we were analyzing. Which was,
so there was a draw offer.
Yeah. Osman decided not to risk, to save the energy as she won the first game. And she will have a rest tomorrow, preparing for the 4th round.
By the way, maybe let's wait for the end of the time trouble, because the games are getting even more interesting. Vaishali has 1 minute left, but she played knight g4, a beautiful move. So after rook e3, knight e3, protecting the pawn on g5.
But I think here Carissa is already much better than she was
before.
Before, yes.
So maybe after all these complications, this game is going to be drawn.
Yes, I lost my bet on that game, but still maybe I got the correct result.
And Anna Shukhman is struggling. She played f4 against Meruert Kamalidenova, but look at those powerful knights. Knight c d3 was played, Valery. Rook on b1 is completely disconnected. Knight on e1. And black is to move after knight e1. What can you do here? Can you win something, by the way? Valery,
So take on e1.
Take on g2 and take the rook on b1. Could that be?
Immediately,
yes,
it's happening
take,
like
take.
that. Take. So we have to take with the queen.
Yes, but then I will take on g2 and take on b1. No, I'm winning a piece here.
Piece, and on the same time the game. Yeah, it's not like Just a piece. It's winning the game. Okay. And
but you meant that
Meruert is doing that.
Queen e1 is forced because if rook e1, then maybe you can even play rook c2 and mate me, yes?
Yes.
But maybe I can do the same thing. Rook g2, king g2.
Rook f2.
Rook f2.
But you have knight d3. Oh my god.
Oh, this is too much. Okay, let's stay on this game for a while because it might
Queen
be
e1. Yeah, she took
decided
queen e1.
at this very moment. So queen e1 is on the board.
And the thing is that Meruert has a time to think. Rook takes g2 simply, you know.
Rook g2 is on the board, king g2. And Meruert will probably take the rook on b1, still threatening check on c2, but also
Rook
queen
c2
e4.
is even better.
Why?
Or not?
She takes on
she
b1.
just simply, yeah. Okay.
You know, when you can see the mate take the queen.
Yeah.
Because queen b1 attacking the pawn on b2, rook c2 is still coming, maybe queen e4 and then rook c2
Nothing
first.
much interesting here anymore.
Yes.
So again, our applause to Meruert. She's doing an excellent tournament.
And she will qualify for the fourth round without tie breaks this time. Very powerful performance in this game with the black pieces. She completely dominated her opponent.
Yes, she is.
So how about what else can we show for the moment? Alexandra Maltsevskaya is still struggling, but maybe her troubles are behind her. She needs to win here. What do you think, Valeria, after
I have to find out that game. So, Maltsevskaya.
No,
That's the first game Jujiner won,
Yes,
right?
yes,
so even in case of draw, it's not so complicated
Alexandra
situation there.
Kosteniuk and Maria Arabidze, it's still a fight, but Alexandra managed to open a few lines. She sacrificed the pawn on e4 and opened the f file, so the queen can get to f7 right now. Queen f7 and queen e7. What is happening? What do we miss here? Queen f7,
yes.
King somewhere. Okay, let's say
h7,
h7 or h8, but queen is7. Though, what do we miss here?
What do we miss?
She is winning.
Queen b3 move we are missing. Queen e3 check, king h1, and queen b3.
That's how you get this piece back. Okay. And then queen b2 attacking the pawn on d4, and even a4 is coming. Oh, okay. Then queen f7 doesn't win immediately. So how many minutes? 9 minutes for Alexandra and 5 minutes for Mary.
Maybe we can do the break and be back in 7-8 minutes immediately for the time trials. Don't you think so?
I just got the message. I think that we are waiting for Charlize. She's going to be live, and then we are going, on a short break. But
the positions become warmer and warmer.
No, but look at this. Umida Omonova is about to win, and I see that her young opponent, Elnaz Kalikhmet, has lost on time after b4 because her clock shows zeros. Could that be? No, she managed to make her last move.
She did.
Yes.
She did.
Yes, she did. Okay, so.
But the position is absolutely losing, so it's not bad.
But Umida is going to win this, and this is
yes. So you were talking about Umida's time.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about her opponent.
Time. Yes, because I didn't have the update. They actually
Let's
reached
move
the time control.
Number 43 already.
No, but yes, I was there on the move number 40.
Okay.
And I just had my games
the position
uploaded.
is absolutely winning, so it means that on the next round we have youngsters Umida and Meruert.
Meruert, yes. young stars from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Proudly representing their chess schools. And knight e6 check, knight d4.
That's excellent ending.
This is it. She will still take on a4, but this end game is hopeless for black. Antoaneta Stefanova is in
the troubles.
Yes, queen f4. Look at this bishop on d4.
Yeah. Yes. Without any chance here, the position for black.
Queen e5 is the threat, yes?
Yes, it is the checkmate threat.
And what can you do? You can play rook e8, the only move to avoid queen e5 here. Let's try it. But then you will take on e8 and play queen f6.
What about Claudia and Humpy? The pawn already on e7. But will it help to Claudia? The pawn on e7. Seems like not.
Claudia played knight c5, so she puts her hopes on opposite color bishops, but the thing is that we all know that the side which has rooks, queens and an extra pawn is doing much better.
But here I think is a concrete problem.
And here it is.
Yes, our congratulations to
Malidenova just qualified for the 4th round of this Women's World Cup.
In the game of Claudia and Humpy, I think there is an important detail that the black is attacking the e1 rook immediately, and the white rook could not stay on e file, and the e7 pawn is in trouble.
Why can't I play rook e2?
Then bishop g4. And the e7 pawn is just simply hanging when you move the rook.
Yes, you're right. So bishop b4 wins this pawn immediately, and they still have a few moves to make to reach the time control, but I feel that Humpy is going to be ruthless here. Her bishops are just cutting the position from everywhere, and bishop b4 is on the board. Time trouble is everywhere. How about Katerina Lagno? Did she make a move? Oh, she's completely winning. Okay, this is it. Katerina came here ready, and she was ready for blood, and she got it. She got it. She got her sweet revenge. And I still think about this phrase that Valentina said, so maybe that she's too sweet. I don't want to play against her. And Antoinette resigned. Leitinji qualifies for the 4th round with a perfect score against the former world champion. And look at this detail. She's wearing such a beautiful jacket.
Chessy jacket.
Getting ready for the 4th round, and Leitinji gets a free day tomorrow. No free day for us, for the wicket.
The free day is the day after tomorrow for us.
Antoinette is such a great fighter, but she had one of the strongest opponents she could actually get in this field, the #1 seed Leitinji, who played the World Championship match against Zhu in June. And she's trying to qualify for the candidates through this event because she couldn't play the Grand Prix. By the way, she was replaced during the Grand Prix series by Zhu Jinner. And we all know how this ended. Zhu Jinner qualified for the candidates, winning the Grand Prix series with the flying colors. And Alexandra Kosteniuk and Maria Arabidze are on your screen.
A very interesting game again. It's a little bit up and down, but it is very close to mutual play all the game along.
But what do you think? Maybe it will be easier for Mary to play, given the nature of this bishop on b2, and the knights are very dangerous. So the knights are jumping everywhere. Alexandra decided to take the pawn on a5. She has jokers of her own, of course. She can jump to d6, to b6 with her knights. And the knight on f8 is also protecting the pawn on e6. So
yeah,
maybe
it's doing a very good
it has
defensive
to
job
stay there.
on
You know?
F8.
How about mutual chances?
Mutual
here?
chances, yes. It was the same until now. It is the same here.
So it's technical endgame in the game between Umida and Elnaz, where should we look once again? Georgina
And
is
it's very interesting position in
fighting.
Muzychuk Maria and Khotenashvili
Okay,
Bella,
let's have a
where
look.
the position, the mood of the and character of the position changed too much. Here Bella is having some initiative. She's pawn down, but definitely here is some initiative connected to the weakness of the white king.
I agree with you, but maybe Maria thinks that she can counter this with, because usually, as in the King's Indian, when you sacrifice this pawn, you want to have the d file open, but she can play knight d6.
Okay, first what?
And I think that Charlize is ready, Valerie, because she is going to interview the player immediately after the game is finished.
I'm here with Mariette sorry, this is live, I'm sorry. Kamalita. I've been practicing, people, I promise. Mariette, you have just qualified to round 4. Tell me how you feel. You're on a roll, you're on fire.
No, I feel good. I mean, I had better position like yesterday. It was like kind of winning, but I was not okay if I didn't win. I just played good, so I will continue to play good, and it will show up. So yeah, it did.
Yeah, yesterday we all kind of thought that you would secure this. I mean, you were winning for...
But then I played like so immediately. I took on f5, and then she found also good moves, and like that was good for her. But I was like, okay, it's like next game, next try.
So you think you played too quickly?
I think yes. I didn't realize that like she has like rook b6 and rook h6 immediately. So I thought, okay, yeah.
And this time you played against someone more your age. You took out Garyashkina last time. Shukman, tell me, what was that like, playing against someone your generation and beating her?
I actually play a lot with them because in Kazakhstan we have like a young generation too, and I practice playing with them.
And how else is your World Cup going? We speak about your chess all the time, but you know, you're here in Batumi with the best players. Tell me how you're enjoying this experience.
Yeah, of course I'm enjoying it because it is also like first time, so yeah.
And tomorrow you will have an off day. Last time you were playing the playoffs, and now you can rest a bit, right? Double rest day. What will you be doing?
I don't know, maybe have some food somewhere and go out. But nothing special, I think.
Do you try to stay away from chess in these breaks, or do you do some preparation as well?
It depends. I mean, I don't know my opponent yet, so I will see. Maybe I will have rest, and then when I know my opponent, I will prepare.
And finally, Mariette, you're on such a momentum, just winning, winning, winning. What would you attribute this to? The reason for, you know, this momentum that you are on? Is there some routine that you got? Like, what's your special recipe?
I don't know. It just feels like I'm playing good, and it's kind of when you get these emotions, you keep these emotions every time. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Kamalidinova. Got it right, Mariette. And I hope you have a good day tomorrow and for the free day, and we'll see you for the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlize. Valerie, you could see how happy Mariette was, but kids, yes. I don't like to play against them, but Mariette explained in the interview that she has a lot of experience playing against those kids, being a kid herself. You know, they have long teeth, so she knows how to handle them. Congratulations to Mariette.
Congratulations, definitely. That's an amazing result.
I think we will have another interview for the moment, so let's finish the time trouble. And I think that Umida already won her game against Elnaz, so the pawn is on c7, Elnaz resigned, and Umida has her ticket for the 4th round. What a surprising performance as well. So Umida started with a tiebreak. She played also the tiebreak in the 2nd round, but here she clinched the victory in the classical time control. And Charlize is ready for another interview, Valerie. So what we will find out now?
Let's see.
Back to you, Charlize.
I'm here with Divya Deshmukh, who has just qualified to the next round here at the FIDE Women's World Cup after beating Teodora Inyak. Tell me a little bit about these two classical games. Amazing game yesterday and the draw today.
I think it's been quite nerve-wracking. Teodora is, of course, really strong, and I wasn't too happy with the pairing, but you know, it's probably all God's plan. So yeah, it was quite a tough matchup, I would say. She played quite well. I think I got a bit lucky in the first game because it was a drawn end game, and I think I got my chances because she was really low on time. So then I grabbed it, and I actually do like that game. So after that, it got a bit easier as I was also playing white today. And yeah, today actually was tougher than yesterday because I absolutely just wanted to draw and qualify. But my mind couldn't search for ways how to make a draw. All it kept thinking was ambitious, and I'm like, no, we don't want that today.
When you say you're unhappy about the pairings, is this because of her as a player, her strength, or because you know her personally?
No, I think she's great both ways. Yeah. She's also a great player, and she's been in a good form. So yeah, I think I would be unhappy with every pairing.
And you came a few days earlier. You sat out the first round because you're in the top rated, but you did come in a few days earlier. How did you get settled in, find your flow for the event?
I was a bit nervous before the first round because I hadn't played a super serious tournament since like Grand Prix. And after that I played Rapid, Blitz, and open tournaments, so I kind of lost my rhythm. But after the first game I was like, oh, okay, I still got it.
And of course, the Rapid and the Blitz can come into clutch in this event if you get to playoffs. You just did really well in London.
I don't go there. I hope I just win, or else, playoffs are nerve-wracking. Yeah. They just kill you.
Are you watching the games of the playoffs when the players go?
Yeah, I did. I actually even skipped my prep sometimes to watch.
You feel nervous for them when you're watching, or are you watching their prep and what they're playing?
Both. Yeah.
And Divya, last time you made your debut here at the World Cup in Baku. Now you're playing again, but as one of the top stars, and you've added so much to your resume since then. How do you compare yourself from now to Baku, Divya?
I'm actually glad that when I played my first World Cup, I wasn't as high as I'm now, because I think the experience helped me, and also I got to play the first round, so I was very happy about that. I wanted to see how first round was like, so yeah. I think a lot has changed since then, but definitely World Cup was something that changed me, the previous one, and I think the experience is helping now.
Changed you in which way?
It was, I think, my first glimpse of what top chess looks like. So that really helped.
And now you've been in top chess for quite some time. In the Women's Elite, playing the Grand Prix, playing in Super GM teams like in London. How is it? At the top, of course.
It's stressful, it's very stressful. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Well, thank you so much, Divya. Enjoy your rest day tomorrow. No playoffs, so you can chill and watch games, I guess.
I get 2 rest days, actually, so I'm super happy about that. Thank you.
And we'll see you after the second rest day, your second rest day.
Yes, see you.
Thank you, Charlize. And as Divya revealed her secrets today. She was looking for a few aggressive moves, but she said that we don't want this today. You know, the strategy has been completely different, and we've seen that.
And she did her job.
Yes, she did her job quite convincingly, booking her ticket for the 4th round.
Congratulations to her one more time.
Congratulations for a very solid performance, because she had in front of her the reigning European champion. Yes. A very uncompromising player, Teodora Inac, and she won in style yesterday, depriving her of any counterplay. By the way, Valeria, just a last glance before we go on a short break. I think that Carissa is slightly better even, because she managed to win the pawn on d5.
So everything is happening in time travel, as I understood. And black is just pawn up in this complicated position.
Just a second. I think she played c6 here, attacking the pawn on d5, and I think that Vaishali could have played queen b6, you know, attacking the pawn. Yes, no? Could queen b6, so let's calculate knight d5, knight d5, knight d5, knight d5, queen d5, and queen b7 with an equal endgame, yes?
Yes.
I'm not wrong.
Not even equal, but maybe even draw, we can say that.
So now Carissa has a healthy extra pawn on d5, especially it supports the knight on e4. It looks like an exchange French, but only white is down a pawn.
Yes.
And
it's a solid, big advantage for black.
Much better here, of course. And everything happened in time trouble, because Vaishali was very low on time, so only...
Yeah, she's doing the moves on the last second.
And now after knight d7, what if we attack this knight? Queen d6, then knight b5 maybe, yes? What does she want? Queen d6, where does the knight goes?
That's a good question. Where the d7 knight goes.
Maybe there is a tactical trick, but I don't see it.
Knight f5 or what?
No,
or
knight
what
b5, if queen d7, then queen e4.
Queen?
Queen, I can take on e4.
Queen e4, yeah.
Yes, if we take on d7, I want to take queen e4 and to survive in this endgame.
Take on d7, rook c1 check, king h2, rook c2. Yes, some chances, definitely there is some chances.
Okay, so just before I think we have another result, and Jujiner just won against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. It was a very chaotic end of the game, but I think that Alexandra blundered. She was forced to win today, and after king f8 here, she played rook d1. Which was the decisive
immediately after
blunder.
bishop f4, she is losing the material.
She is losing the bishop on c2, and she resigned. So Jujiner qualifies for the 4th round with a perfect score. And Valery, what do you think about her play?
Jujiner?
Yes.
You know already my opinion about her.
I
just love how she's doing in this tournament, and in total also I love to see her chess.
So many decisive results today. We still have a few games in progress. I think that Alexander Kosteniuk and Maria Arabidze will play for a while. Tan Zhongyi is still playing against Irina Bulmaga. Vaishali Rameshbabu and Yip Karis are battling things at the very moment that we speak. Lela Javakhishvili is still playing against Polina Shuvalova.
And Maria Muzychuk got the decisive advantage against Bella, so it seems like Maria going to the next round, maybe even with the perfect score, she is winning even in this game.
So let's take a small break, and we will be back in a few minutes for the conclusion of this round. So it's the second game of the 3rd round of the FIDE Women's World Cup in Batumi, Valery. See you in a few minutes.
See you.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places. Literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games. Or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day or send it to social media at FIDE.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity, make your move, and celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
It's the third round here in Batumi in the Women's World Cup, and I'm pleased to be joined by Valentina Agrawal from Delhi, from India. Valentina, you're playing an amazing tournament. You defeated Ushenina yesterday, a former world women's champion. That was an amazing tiebreak. And today, you've just defeated Katerina Lagno, one of the favorites to win the tournament. How are you feeling at this moment?
It's just an amazing feeling. I can't even believe. Yeah, yesterday's tiebreaks were also very nerve-wracking. I played like 6 games yesterday. It went to the blitz portion, and then I ended up managing winning. Yeah, so it has been very tensed and long.
Tell me, how were you able to finish this nerve-wracking match yesterday, knowing that today you had to play against Katerina, who is an outstanding player and also a very tough player? What did you do last night to be able to prepare mentally for the game today?
Yeah, I was just happy that I did not crack under pressure yesterday and managed to qualify to the third round. I think that's what just boosted my confidence, and even though I felt very tired, I just kept going.
Fantastic. Valentina, you're going to take us through the latter parts of the game. I understand, of course, that it's a two-game match. You still have a very tough game tomorrow, so we can't really say anything is going to happen yet. But this game was quite nice. We're going to start in the middle game. Tell us about the position and take us from here.
With my knight on d5, my position already felt really good, and I'm getting f4, bishop f3, and then I think she went for this b4, queen a4. Here I expected queen b5 from her. I think that's what I was thinking about, but then I could take on b5 and play e5, and she can't take on a2 because of knight e7 check, and there are so many threats coming otherwise. So I still expected queen b5, and after bishop d7, first I thought about just going back queen c2, but then I thought, okay, let's first try to calculate e5, and then I calculated the most forcing line with knight e5 and knight e5, knight e7, which actually happened in the game, and we got till knight e7, and she couldn't take on e7 because of bishop. Bishop g5. Yeah, bishop g5. But honestly, I didn't expect her to go for this, that too very quickly, because you need to calculate a lot.
You told me before the game you weren't expecting her to play bishop takes e5.
Yeah.
So you were surprised that she went so fast for that move?
Yes? Yeah.
Do you think she missed something, or
I think
she just thought the game was lost anyway?
No, I think she definitely missed that she had I had bishop g5 check in the end. Okay. Because I think otherwise she'll at least try to keep her pieces even if it's very bad. And after this, I think there's just nothing left. I also saw that rook d7, there's bishop c6, and bishop b5, there's even bishop c5, bishop f1, knight c6, and in the end I'll be piece up everywhere. So yeah, there was just nothing left after this.
So it seems to me that you had it basically well calculated. Let's go to the final position where she resigned. You were telling me before this position here. We were discussing this before the game. Of course, you have an extra piece, but both of us know that sometimes with little material, sometimes there might be some drawing chances. Did you think it was premature for her to resign here, or that's more or less okay? For your standards.
I think, I was completely sure I'll win here. It was just matter of time. I expected her to play some more moves, but yeah, I'm sure it's just over. There's just no counterplay. She's piece down. I'm getting rook e6. Yeah, I think it's fine to resign here.
Of course, as we were saying before, this is a two-game match. You've just won the first game, but Katerina, she's been around for a long time, and I'm sure she's made many comebacks. So how will you prepare mentally for the game tomorrow? Without telling us too much strategy, will you try and go for the draw? Will you play for a win? What's your idea for the game for tomorrow?
I think my aim would be to just play a very good game, give my best, and not really think about the result.
Okay, my final question. All the Indian players have a huge following from India. Do you sense this following? Are you able to manage it? Do you get nervous because you know so many people are following your games?
I think it just gives me confidence that, people are watching my game, they are praying for me, and of course, I'm hoping that they are enjoying watching my game.
And sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that just makes me happy. I don't think it adds any pressure as such.
Okay. And now, yes, my final question. Your mother is here. And yesterday you had a heartfelt hug with her after the game. How important is it for you to have your mother or parents here to be present after the game? Is this something that you really value as an athlete?
Yeah, for sure. To have my mom there with me always managing so many things, the pressure and stress I have before the game, she helps me cope up with that, and yeah, so much mental and support I feel. Yeah, it's incredible.
So, Valentina Agrawal, we've been able to meet her, learn a bit more about her approach to the game. One of the underdogs for the moment, but making an outstanding result already, defeating Ushenina and going into the third match with a win against Lagno. Thank you very much, Valentina.
Thank you so much.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Stavroula Tsolakidu, who just finished a very long game against Harika, finishing in a draw. You were a little bit worse off there. Tell me your thoughts about the game. Walk us through what happened.
So I felt quite comfortable out of the opening, but in the middle game, I guess I misplayed at some point, and then she got like promising position, and then I had to hold in this very unpleasant endgame, which I suppose it was probably lost. And she was doing pretty well, but then she was low on time, and I guess it got hard.
At what point did you realize you could save it?
When I managed to play like h4, and the bishop was misplaced, and yeah, I guess. So.
Of course, you're the last player to finish one of the last games, and you're, of course, tired. How do you kind of decompress after such a long game?
Yeah, I guess I'll just try to rest and relax, not look at too much chess today, and just try my best tomorrow.
And tomorrow you have the white pieces. I mean, you don't have to tell us about your prep, but tell us about your mentality going into tomorrow's game. You're going to play for the win?
As I said, I'll just try my best, of course. Okay. I guess I prefer having black in the first round to see how that goes, and then, see what strategy I need with the white pieces. But we'll see. I'll think about it.
Would that also count for the playoffs? Would you prefer having black in the first games?
Probably, yeah.
Stavroula, you've been on the women's circuit, the elite circuit, for a while now. Now you're playing in the Women's World Cup. Tell me about your growth as a player over this last year particularly.
Yeah, I was very lucky to be in these tournaments, like in the Grand Prix especially. And yeah, it has definitely helped me a lot, like playing with all these top players, like getting all this experience. I still don't feel like I have improved that much, but I need to put more work. But yeah, many more tournaments also coming up, Grand Swiss, yeah, for example.
And you try to play actively in all the top tournaments, so we'll see you in Grand Swiss next?
Yeah, I'll play there. Yeah, it's hard not to play in these tournaments if you can, and yeah. looking forward to that also.
Well, thank you so much. I hope you can get some good rest without looking at the chess, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning, held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission, topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire. Unite, transform, join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Dear chess friends, welcome back. This is the second game of the third round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Batumi. Grandmaster Valentina Gunina is trying to analyze the games right now. We are apologizing for a small delay, but actually there is a Netflix crew filming a documentary about the women's chess, and they're especially following Carissa Yip-Valeri. Yes, they're very focused on her game right now. It's still in progress, but meanwhile,
they are
Koneru
focused and happy on the same time that Carissa is having the advantage in
yes,
her.
that she managed to change the tables. But I think that let's show first that Koneru won her game with the black pieces against Claudia Kulon.
Yeah, this was the moment when we leave this game, bishop b4, saying that after rook e2, there is bishop g4 still attacking that rook, and if the rook leaves the e file, then the white is losing the e7 pawn. So here Claudia decided to play queen d3 to sacrifice that exchange on e2, but definitely after the simple rook takes e7, the position for black is just technically winning. In the game was knight c6, rook e4, and just game over like this. So congratulations to Hampi, who qualifies to the next stage.
Yes, Hampi advances to the round 4 of the Women's World Cup. No tie breaks for her. It's very important because she will have another free day. So does Divya. Divya Deshmukh actually pointed out that they will have no tie breaks and the free day will follow on Monday. So will they spend this time studying the openings, Valeria?
I thought you were going to say that will they spend their time in the Georgian restaurant as they have the chance to taste the Georgian food, but unfortunately you are asking about study. I think they study all the time.
I think you forgot about how tough chess tournaments are. There is no time, for Georgian restaurants.
Yes, but the day after tomorrow, still I have big hopes that the day after tomorrow will be delicious rest day.
And maybe we can cook something. Okay, so what games do we have left? Just a reminder, Lei Tingi won against Antoaneta Stefanova.
So no tie breaks.
Umida Omonova won against Elnaz Kalahmet, no tie breaks. Valentina Gunina won on demand. Beautiful game, 23 moves only, and she defeated no other than Nana Dzagnidze with the white pieces, so tie breaks for those two players. Hampi Koneru won against Claudia Kulon. Then we have tie breaks between Anna Muzychuk and Song Yixin because they drew both games. Georgina is through. She beat 2-0 Alexandra Maltsevskaya. Divya Deshmukh qualifies. Lagno Katerina won. Okay, we haven't seen the end of this game, but last time we saw she had an extra piece on g6.
Yes, okay.
And she won this game rather convincingly. So another tiebreak for those two players. Harika Dronavali drew against Tavrula Tsolakido. We will see these players tomorrow as well. Osmakluya accepted the draw. I think what we thought is a winning position for her, but she qualifies for the fourth round as well. Mirrored Kamalidenova advances to the fourth round with style. And Karisa Yip and Vaishali Rameshbabu are still playing. So we have a few games which are still in progress. So let's have a look because...
Let's start from the top.
From the top? Okay.
Here we have Maria Muzychuk against Bela Khotenashvili, where Maria is exchange and the pawn up, it guarantees the success in this game for Maria. So she is already leading this match 1-0. It means that she's passing through this stage. Next, we have Kosteniuk Alexandra against Arabidze.
Valeria, by the way, I told you yesterday that Bela Khotenashvili was not an easy opponent for Maria Muzychuk, and I still remember the last game, which was played in the European Club Cup, where Maria lost against Bela with the white pieces, by the way. So Bela was leading by +2. She won 5 games. So if Maria wins the second game, she will equalize their lifetime score. Yes, so 2-0
So this is a position.
Bela.
This is a position where Maria is definitely having a big advantage on the board, and of course, okay, that just I think so that she will not be agree on draw here. She is not risking anything at all.
And
but let's see.
Yes, she just played h4. Supporting the pawn on g5, and she will have the possibility of pushing h5 and g6 with the rook on g3.
On the same time, we have to mention that on knight e4, white could even capture here. Capture and capture that e4 pawn with 2 extra pawns. I think it's just winning for white. So queen c6 or b7?
I cannot see. Let's wait for the games to be uploaded.
Queen b7.
Queen b7 check. What should you do?
Queen f3.
Queen f3. Maybe just not king g3, which allows knight e4, but
just queen
doesn't
f3.
spoil anything. Yes, but queen f3. And Bella can't trade queens here, of course, because she...
Obviously, the position is just losing.
Yes.
Let's go to the next game, Kosteniuk Arabidze. This is quite interesting game from the beginning until now.
And here we are. Do you remember? I told you that this bishop, if you don't manage to play d5, it gets stuck there on b2 forever. And look.
Yeah, white is fighting to survive. That's
look
a
at
fact.
this powerful knight on d5. But will this be sufficient, Valery?
I don't think so, because the white king is kind of very active piece connected to that king goes to b3, like from c2 to b3. Just keep the eye on b4 pawn. And on the same time, it is very difficult to find out how to improve with the black here.
And so let's say if you will play king c2 here, if I will try to improve my rook and I will play rook f8.
I will put my rook on e2.
Rook e2, so it's very important to stabilize the position. King d7 maybe, I will do the same. I will bring my king closer to the c pawn.
And king b3.
King b3, and let me make one more move, maybe rook f1.
So could I play c6 or not? Now that's the question.
Oh, c6 and force the trades, yes? So
yes.
But if I play king d6, you can play c7, I will... but I will maybe take knight c7, yes?
And I will take on b4. I think I'm getting closer to draw.
Yes, I agree, but this leaves Mary with the option of playing for another 50 moves here. Yes, she will definitely play on, because now the king is a bit farther from the king's side. Maybe I can play g5, knight f4, who knows, and win 1 pawn.
Okay, let's say obviously white has to survive.
Yes.
Obviously. But with some practical difficulties, of course. Javakhishvili to Shuvalova. Let's go to that game.
Well, I love how Lela plays. It's still within drawing margin, but Lela played g4, you remember?
Yes.
And even though black traded the h pawns, she can still play g5, fix the king side, and maybe advance her king, f4, e5, and farther on.
Okay, first of all, let's pay our attention that white could not capture on c6 because of knight e4 check. And knight could not capture on e4 as it is pinned, and white is losing the exchange. So definitely Lela will not capture on c6. And what to suggest? It's a very interesting moment. I'm thinking about f3, but after rook c3, king f4 and g5, I'm not sure I made the correct decision.
But maybe we can start with g5. Let's prepare it. If you start with g5, what can you do here?
Let's start with
knight
g5.
f5 probably you want, yes?
Yeah, pawn on c6 still is not hanging, but
knight f5, king f3. So if you go knight h4 here with the idea of taking on f2, maybe I can play king g4 here, but you will play knight f5 back, and if I take on c6, you will take on f2. Maybe g5 allows this possibility as well.
Yes.
But let's check rook c6 once again. Maybe this is white's best option. Knight, rook c6.
Knight e4 check and f2 pawn is hanging.
Yes, knight e4, king f4. How are you taking rook? Rook f2, and I wanted to play king e5, attacking the pawn on d5.
That will not be nice for me. But
I think that it's dangerous. Lela will go for it. She has only 14 minutes left, but I think
so
that
knight has
she's
to take on f2 then, instead of rook f2.
But okay, so
it's not easy to.
If king e5,
manage,
then you take on g4.
Yes.
Okay.
At the same time, I want to play knight d3 check. So maybe rook d6 is the best option there still.
But
it's not easy for black, you know. It's not easy to find all of this.
Yes, rook d6 taken on d5.
Yeah.
Polina will suffer if she wants to make a draw. She needs to find a series of precise moves here. But I'm pretty sure that Lela is calculating rook c6.
Lela.
No, it's in between, you know, it's like I need to keep my song, you know.
What about Tanjongi?
And she makes your move, f3, the prophylactic move.
Georgian style.
Georgian style. Tanjongi
Yes,
against...
but on f3, what we did not like, rook c3.
Something.
What's going on after f3, rook c3?
Yes, rook c3, but then king f4, maybe she wants.
g5 check.
But okay, rook e3, now king, rook c6, you cannot play knight e4 anymore, so maybe she simply wants to take on c6.
That also makes sense, yes. Then on f3, it means that I have to find out something else to attack that e3 pawns. Knight c4?
Maybe knight c4. Knight c4, so what is Lela's idea? She wants to play king f4, and if g5, your move, I think she simply wants to take king g5 and then to take on c6.
Just pawn up.
Here it doesn't work, because with the rook on c3, when you play g5, then you take with rook on e3 and rook f3 as a threat. So actually f3 is a devilish idea.
Yes.
Well done.
I like it.
She's not forcing things. And the thing is, when you're not forcing things, your opponent is getting impatient. She wants to have this draw. You know, she needs to get closer and closer, exchanging a few pawns. And Polina goes
G5
herself. But so what about rook c6? And she wants to play, knight c4 here, and I no longer have king f4. Very well played also. Polina has 25 minutes on her clock. It's enough to defend this position, of course. So after rook c3...
What about e4?
Yes, but we'll continue.
After knight c4, e4.
But by the way, it's mate on g2. How are you going to... Yes,
there is h3 square, no?
Yes, but if I will bring my knight to f4, yes. So but checks, knight e3. I want to mate you from f1 and h2. What do you do here?
Oh, I'm forced to play f4.
But then I have a draw the least, I think, yes or not?
Yes, you have. Just the checks. And the pawns are hanging. Okay. G5 seems like very strong move. On f3.
It's incredible, but after this move, Polina is creating a mating net with only two pieces on the board. Yes, the knight and rook are doing very well in coordination. And we have a draw.
So the tie breaks.
Drawing of lots has just been made. We will find out who is having the white pieces in this match a bit later. So another tie break. So let's move to Tanjongi and Irina Bulmaga. Irina played very well with the black pieces against the Imante cornet. And she's doing very well here. She is pressing against the World Championship challenger. The knight on e4 is very powerful. Tanjongi managed to bring her bishop to e3. But let's look what can happen after queen b3, because Irina can take this pawn. I think that Tanjongi is hoping to give a perpetual. Queen d7 and queen d8. Yes, so the bishop on e3 is taking the h6 square from the black's king.
Seems like immediate draw.
It's a draw, yes. So queen b5, let's play queen c4 and then queen d7. Maybe it's even winning queen b7. Queen F. Bishop H6 mate. Wait. You cannot allow Queen D7.
Just a
Yes,
checkmate
yes.
thing.
I was just, I forgot that the knight is not protecting the...
Yeah, Queen C4,
Okay,
no.
so he cannot allow Queen D7, so we have to move King E7. And
She captured the pawn.
She just took the pawn on B3,
Queen
B5, and King E7.
And then perpetual.
You see how tired we are? We are blundering mate in a few moves, because King E7 is the only move to avoid mate. Because I think that even King E6 is allowing Queen
What about
E8.
G5 instead of King E7?
G5 is also possible then, because you need to close
The
this
perpetual
diagonal, yes?
as well here.
G5, Queen D7, and then you will play King G6 and Queen
E8, Queen
E8,
D7.
yes.
Yeah, for example, this. King goes here, then Queen E8. King goes here, and then still from D7.
Irina looks puzzled, but she still has 10 minutes on her clock to find out. She simply needs to avoid this terrible blunder, Queen D7, yes.
And to go to the tie breaks.
That's what I wanted to say, that if you don't play King E7, but if you play King E6, for example, with the same idea, you're losing again. It's mate in 2. And
Queen E8
Queen
and Bishop
E8,
F4. Yeah?
Yes, and Bishop F4 mate. It's another surprising mating net today. But we know that our players are very experienced. They have enough time to avoid all the traps and to find
Let's take it.
how to
Carissa's
avoid.
game.
So now, you see what a dramatic change of events. Vaishali was pressing, but she spent a lot of time in the middle game phase, and she blundered the pawn.
Yes, and now she is fighting to survive.
So she's fighting to survive, and she can only hope to make a draw and to play the tie breaks tomorrow. What do you think, Valeria, about this position?
It will be very difficult to win.
For black?
Yes. Still, that extra pawn, you know, it's isolated one, blocked.
By the way, after Queen F4, white threatened Knight A5, no?
Knight F5, yeah.
Yes, let's make a passer, like B6, maybe Knight F5 is a terrible threat here.
Which is giving the advantage to white, because we are making the opponent's king very weak.
Especially even if you don't take, and if you will play King G8 here, maybe I can even
Queen
play...
H6?
Yes, Queen H6 and forcing you to take. Queen H6, maybe Queen F8, yes, maybe Knight H6, I thought. Knight F5, even forcing a draw immediately.
Perpetual.
Yes. So
And
Knight
if
F5
the black captures
is,
here, then just Queen G5. This position is just better for white.
So I just saw this powerful and temporary knight sacrifice. So that's why Carissa actually was keeping her queen, you know, closer back to those squares. But Vaishali actually managed to bring her queen to F4.
So maybe Queen E7.
Queen E7, protecting the knight. But what if I go Knight D4 and now I'm simply
On
threatening
Queen E7.
winning a queen? Yes.
And I wanted to play Queen E4 if it makes sense.
Why can't I play Knight F5 with mate?
That's a good question. Huh? Mate?
Yes, I think that I'm mating you unless you're not taking. And then
That's
if
a
you're
checkmate?
taking, yeah, I will take on F6.
Checkmate. You are so strict. Yeah, but I agree. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, actually, I said that it will be very difficult to win. You know, the very high techniques.
So I managed to swindle you.
Yes.
So whatever it is. because in Russian it's Schwindel. So yes. In English it's
the Schwindel.
Yes, okay. And in German it's something completely different. But actually, this means that Vaishali has her own ideas. So these knights are dancing around the f5 square.
Yes. At the same time, interesting things is happening in Lela and Polina's game. Let's see what happened after g5. f4 is a correct move, I think so. No, rook takes c6 was in the game after g5.
Let's see. But that's what we considered. Rook
yeah,
c6.
knight c4 and not e4, but f4 immediately. Take on e3 and take on g5.
Did you see the look on Polina's face? She knows that maybe after knight f1 she has some drawing chances, but I think that Lela wants to go king f4 here. Let's try this. Because knight f1, king f4, and she tried not to allow this king march, yes? King g3, king f4, king e5. So how is she supposed to play here?
Yes, but d5 pawn also needs protection.
Okay, let's say I will give rook f2 check.
Yeah, we could not stop that.
King e5
Mush
and
with
I
the
will
king.
get back to
Knight
e3,
yeah.
protecting the pawn on d5. Can I play rook king d6, threatening mate in 1?
So maybe run with the king, f8.
King d6, so you're not giving knight c4 check. I wanted to take on, on d5, but run king f8. Yes, but...
Good chances to survive, but still some issues.
Of course, we know that such positions normally are won with one inaccuracy. Yes, you are defending, and then...
You remember that game with the Goryachkina against Kamalidinova, that in the last moment king c5 and king c7 was a difference. And
so
one tiny mistake and that's it.
And this is it. But even here, let's continue. Knight d7, you are running away with your king to g7. Okay, my pawn on g4 is not protected. So what
knight e5.
Yes, knight e5 here. I don't allow your king to.
At the same time, you have your idea, rook c7 and g6. So maybe rook f4.
Rook f4, you want to take on d4. So what about rook c7?
Take on g4.
You want to take knight g4. Yes, knight g4, and then I cannot trade things. But how about g6 here? Okay, let's just trade everything. But okay, what can you do here? Because I think that if you take on e5, then I'm actually winning.
You are winning in the pawn side
game.
Yes,
because I can. So you cannot take on e5. Let's show it. Because after g6, knight e5, king e5, attacking the rook, and then taking everything on f7 and king d5, I'm actually winning. Rook f7. No. Like, you are not going to trick me here. And king d5, this is it. So how do you continue here after g6? It's such an interesting position. Maybe rook f6. And then you can take on e5 and
then on g6.
Take on g6. Yes, that's the way to do it. King d5, and now I can take on e5. So you have to bring your rook closer. So if Polina finds all the precise moves, she will draw this game. That's our verdict.
Yeah. Complicated position, but as she has a lot of time on the clock, I think she could find out the best way there for black.
By the way, let's get back to the game between Vaishali Rameshbabu and Yip Carissa, because Carissa is desperately trying to convert her extra pawn, but we just realized that if black forces a lot, white can find a few tactical ideas here to turn the tables. Knight e4 was played.
Knight e5, yeah, to be active.
So if knight e5, if you play knight f6 back, then knight f5 anyway. So Carissa wants to play, maybe play rook c7 here and to protect the pawn with her rook.
What about... No.
What can you do here? By the way,
Knight d5? Can I?
Knight d5. Ah, you can take on. But what if I take on f2?
f2.
Another tactical skirmish in a position which was very quiet.
Wait.
Why does it always happen to me, Valerie? It's like I wanted to convert my extra pawn, but I happen to be in a position where every piece is hanging once again. So what do you do here?
F2. Knight f2. Queen f6 check.
Yes, king h7.
On king h7. Take on f2 now. And on knight
What is the difference?
the
f7 is not protected. Okay, so you didn't want to take on f2 before. Okay. Takes on f2, take on d5. Yes, you take on
take
c5.
On c5, take on c5, and take on f7. Did not I survive?
By the way, what if knight d7 even? You're not losing a piece?
Knight d7 instead of
knight of 7. Yes, I thought that I will try and win a piece here, but I think that you have knight e3. But then it trades everything, and we get to this. Yes, 3 versus 2. Maybe knight f7 is a better try. Yes,
just to equalize.
Just to equalize and to get this pawn back.
Yeah, this seems just a draw.
And you have Carissa Yip fully concentrated. Vaishali Rameshbabu is thinking. We forgot to mention, of course, but I don't know on what planet have you been living if you don't know that Vaishali is Prague's sister. And they actually sensationally qualified for the candidates tournament last time together. So I think it was a historical fact that for the first time the brother and sister played in the candidates event, you know, alongside, because for the first time it was also organized together.
Yeah.
And of course, Vaishali is a grandmaster. Carissa Yip just won the Cairns Cup and she scored her second Grandmaster norm, so she needs another Grandmaster norm to achieve and to have the title of Grandmaster.
The position is actually very, how to say it, complicated, but it's not, somehow I want to say something more than complicated.
Yes, because there are a lot of hidden motives. Yes, it seems, it's like Valentina, you know, she only looks very innocent.
But also we have to remember how it was until now. Also it was a very tough and complicated game until now.
Yes, and tables have turned several times in this game. Vaishali was pressuring Carissa. She was much better out of the opening, but she was very creative. And during those moments, you tend to spend a lot of time to burn your time. And she blundered the pawn in the severe time trouble. But she after she got her 30 minutes on the clock, I think that she was able to gain her composure, yes, to breathe a little bit and to re-evaluate. Lela Javakhishvili is on your screen as well. So what happened in this game? She played, oh, but this is a different position because Polina played knight c4, and why didn't we want to play this move, knight c4? Rook c8, I think I like this move. Rook c7, cutting the black king. And what can you do here?
What about g6?
Ah, you want to play g6 and king f4, king g5?
Yes.
But you can also play knight d7. And with the idea of playing knight f6 check and knight d5. See how difficult it is to make a draw with such little material?
What about king d8?
And I wanted like to move my rook somewhere, rook a7.
And you just don't care.
But because the pawn on f7 is going to be not protected.
That will be an amazing victory if Lela will win this game, because just remember the whole game. And slightly better, the small advantage, and she was pressing all the time, and now she wants even to grab the whole point.
Perfect strategy against such a player as Polina Shuvalova.
Yeah.
If Lela will manage to win this endgame, especially in such a manner, she's getting even more dangerous for her opponent in the fourth round. Yes, she's getting more and more confident. But let's wait, because things are not at all clear. Polina still has a chance, maybe even if she loses a pawn on d5, but then maybe to trade a few things and to sacrifice her knight, because rook and knight will not win against rook here. So she still has a lot of defensive resources at her disposal, and she is contemplating the position, while Lela is down to 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, it's a very interesting moment.
By the way, Tan Zhongyi and Irina Bulmaga are still playing, because Irina made your move, Valery. She played g5, Tan played queen d7, king g6. Maybe king e7 was more precise because it forces white to give a perpetual. But now Tan played king g2, she improved her king, king g7 back. And I think that what Irina is trying to emphasize is that if white takes on h5, let's show it, yes, because there was queen e8, king h6, but then queen got back to after king g7. Wait a second.
Wait, what's the current position is with the king on g8?
Yes, but
and
she
queen
can
e6 check.
Yes, but she could have played queen e8, king g7, queen h5. I just wanted to show it. We have this position on the board. She could have played queen h5 here, taking on h5, but I think that Irina has the joker of her own, and this is the passed pawn on b4. So she would have played probably queen c4 or even queen c2, attacking on f2, and threatening b3, b2, and b1 queen.
Yeah, why not?
So
and the king is safe, yes? The black king is safe somehow. I think Tan Zhongyi will be okay to do the draw.
She's repeating the moves right now. How about, so how many games do we, Maria against Bella. Okay, this is it. Maria just pushed h5. And her rook will get to the g file at some point, and she will push g6.
Yeah. It's just a matter of the time, I think.
Yes, Bella, in a desperate attempt to find some counterplay, sacrificed in exchange, but the position has a very closed character, and white is attacking. Bella is looking puzzled because she knows that g6 is coming.
Yeah. What else do we have here? Okay, about Lela we already talk, and what happened here?
Vaishali is still thinking
97,
after knight e4 played by Carissa, and we have both boards right now on our screens.
And we have this knight d7 that you were suggesting.
She did play knight d7, okay, and Vaishali still didn't make a move. Maybe let's have this image, yes, on our screens with both games which are still in progress. We can feel the tension, Valerie. And especially in Polina's situation, we know how difficult it is to be so close, but yet the draw is not there yet.
It is almost there.
It's almost there, yes.
But never there.
6 minutes for Polina, yes? I can, is it 6? Valerie, what do you think?
For Polina?
Yes.
What do I have on my screen? It is 16, and the same
16.
there, yes.
Okay.
16 against 4. Lela has 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 40 seconds. And Vaishali is still thinking in that position after knight
She just
e4.
got down to 5 minutes. What is she trying to calculate here if not knight e5?
I think she is doing that.
Knight e5, maybe f6. What are you doing after f6? Because we haven't considered this move. Because what do you have here?
Knight
After
d7
f6?
I was going to do.
But knight d7, and what is the idea?
The idea is that if you play queen d6, I will capture on e4.
Okay, this we've seen this motive, of course, already.
And if you play queen e7, maybe knight b6, and then capture on d5.
But you still have this motive where you can take on d5 and take on e4. So if I play queen e7, you will go knight b6.
Yes. And then take on d5 with tempo.
But she's spending a lot of time on this move.
Yeah, actually, Vaishali has the moments like that when she is spending much time. But more than knight e5, what could we suggest? If not knight e5, then what else? Yeah, we're pawn down. We have to create some initiative and some counterplay.
And this is another critical moment in this game because Vaishali is getting dangerously low on time. We know, of course, that we get 30 seconds increment per move, but the position...
We have a very interesting thing happening in Tan Zhong's game.
Yes, something.
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look.
Look at this. Tan Zhong decided to push g4 to try to win this game.
Because Irina is down to her 2 minutes. But what happened here? After king g8...
That's why king e7 was much better than g5.
To force the
because when you are playing g5, you are already ready for draw, right? So if you are okay with draw, just make it in the clear way. Now some g4 appears. Now in the time trouble. How it is to play in time trouble. It's very tough to play in time trouble when the opponent has a perpetual check in the pocket and now disturbing you much.
This is
very tough situation
such a
for
blow.
Irina.
You know, she had a dagger in her pocket and she stabbed her opponent in the moment where she was very, very low on time. G4 is on the board. Some Valerian still, by the way. For those of you who are Game of Thrones fans, and we have Valerie in our studio as well. But back to the game, I think that g4 is...
Obviously it makes sense.
Yes,
I mean,
it's a very beautiful
only on
idea.
the few time. I mean, it's just a problematic.
But what if I take on g4, you will push h5?
Yes, sure.
This is the idea, h5.
And I will push it much faster than you push your b pawn.
So you want to play h5, h6, and this is it?
Queen g7.
Oh my God, and how many seconds? Irina was not prepared for this at all. She doesn't know what to do here after g4.
Oh my God. 25 seconds.
And if g takes h4, I will take on h5 as well. This is the same. And king f8. But wait. It allows everything here, I think, no?
More than everything.
I will take on h5 with the same ideas. So white is completely winning now.
Yeah.
The tables have
just
turned,
imagine
yes.
what game it was. All the game, Irina was pressing the opponent, tried to win. A strong knight against the bad bishop, and now suddenly everything has changed and white is absolutely winning. So what to suggest instead of king f8? That's a good question, Almira. What to play there?
Maybe let's wait for...
Is not it so clear?
For this game, for the moment to conclude, because Irina actually had this idea of playing queen d1. But what if h6?
What is queen d1 giving? There is no queen g4 check.
Yes, h6 and game
time
is...
to resign. This is a chess.
And especially that now your queen is not protecting the pawn on d5. She can even play queen d8, queen d5 with
queen
check.
g4 check. You want
Maybe,
to make
yes.
it...
But first h6 first, and then
Simpler
queen
solution.
d8, queen d5. Let's say queen h5 here.
Well,
we
then
need to
we're gaining the knight. Yeah, as queen d8 check, king f7, queen takes d5, and then take on e4.
By the way, and we will stay on this game, but we have breaking news. Vaishali made a draw against Carissa, so she found a way to trade a few things. Let's say knight e4, she played knight g5.
Knight g5.
Attacking the knight on e4 and the pawn on f7 at the same time. So Carissa replied knight g5, because if knight f6 back, what happens here? Because you no longer have this idea of knight f5.
Then why not knight f6 back?
Knight f3, yes? Okay, I don't know.
No, I mean with black. Knight
Yes,
f6
yes.
back is obvious.
But
And here is just a draw.
Carissa forced the matters, and after rook c5, rook d4, a draw was agreed.
Another tie breaks.
So let's get back to the game between Tanjongi and Irina Bulmaga. Queen h5 is on the board, but this is just a desperate attempt.
Queen d8 check, so as we said, queen d8 check. King f7 is forced, otherwise on queen e8 just take, and h7, white is winning immediately. So after queen d8 check, it means that Tang Zhongyi is... Do you think it is a luck?
No, Tanjongi, she patiently waited for her moment. She knew that her opponent is going to press for a while. And when Irina lost her objectivity, yes, she was very
She was only thinking how to win,
Yes.
where to find out the chances to win. She spent a lot of time. In the end, she decided that, okay, draw.
But g4, a brilliant idea from
That's it, piece down.
World Championship challenger, and this is it. Irina can't believe her eyes, but she will have to concede the defeat, and
it's a
her
pity.
opponent will advance to the 4th round.
Yeah, no comment. What to say? Just congratulations to Tang Zhongyi.
Oh, this moment is tragic, but this is chess. Once again, queen takes e4. Irina takes the pawn on h6, but Tang Zhongyi will take on g5, of course.
Take on g5, taking just the e5. Yeah. what to say, yeah? Okay.
So let's get back to Lela and Polina. How is but we have this position on the board. We tried to
Yes.
analyze it. So
Yes.
King D8 was played, attacking the rook on C7, but the rook is actually very stable on the 7th rank. You have a few squares. Rook A7 was played.
And the evaluation bar is carrying me, Almira. It
So
shows +3 something for white.
Okay, so white is winning actually here.
It means white is winning.
But by the way, maybe +3, meaning
Rook
the
and the
extra
knight.
knight somewhere, yes? So Polina still has this opportunity, maybe,
I
yes,
don't
to
think
survive.
so. Now it's +5.
Where is +5? Oh,
After rook c3 check.
really?
Yeah.
So King F4.
Yeah, seems like Lela is just winning this game. After King F4, white has decisive advantage.
So you can stop the king's march, but then are you going to F5? Yes. King F4. Or you're simply going knight F6 and you want to take with the rook on F7.
Yeah, okay, let's see it. Rook D3, right?
Yes,
What's going on rook
So
D3?
maybe you want to play knight F6 and take with the rook on F7 and then you push your G pawns.
Yes, but on knight F6 there is rook takes D4. And on King F5 there is knight E3 check.
Okay,
King
King
E5.
E5. Let's continue. And you don't have rook E4?
Unfortunately.
So my next move is rook F7.
Yeah, and the pawn is just promoting. G pawn is just promoting. Wow.
But wait.
Yeah.
Rook B4 here, let's continue. Rook F7, knight G4 check. Can I do something like this? But
Just
you
take. Take. No, that I don't like. So I miss something.
Yes, I think this is a draw. Okay,
I
so
miss something.
what can you do here?
So on King F5.
No, knight E3 and King E5, I will play rook B4, so I want to take on G4 with check.
Rook B4.
Maybe you can play King D6 first, threatening mate.
And on Rook B6 check. King C5.
King C5.
Good.
But now, yes, you no longer have King, like knight G4, but King H4 is on the board.
I got it. Rook D7 check first, and then I'm taking on F7.
And what? You bring the king farther.
King C8,
yes.
and then I'm taking on F7.
Okay, now I understand. Yes.
And then I'm just promoting. But in the game, Lela played King H4.
King
Knight
H4,
E3,
knight E3, threatening mate, by the way. Let's show it. That's why Lela played G6, knight G2 was the threat, and rook H3 mate.
G6,
G6,
take.
and knight E5. So first of all, taking away the square D3 from the rook and attacking the pawn on G6.
King F4 was kind of more natural and winning for white.
Yes, but...
yeah, a long game, time pressure. It's not like time trouble, but it's still pressure. So Lela on the same time wants to play solid. But King F4 was kind of more...
By the way, Maria Muzychuk decided to give up her exchange, as you suggested, on E4, rook E4.
And dominating on the board.
Yes, and she pushed her pawn to H6 with the idea of playing Queen G4, which is on the board, and G6 next.
Yeah, it just...
So what if
just winning.
Queen F7 here? One last try, because I want to avoid
Knight D4
G6.
is also coming.
And knight D4 taken on E6.
Oh, or bishop C5. On knight D4, bishop C5.
Knight D4, bishop C5. And I cannot take on E6 here, yes? So because
Maybe you can.
Queen f2 is drawing, but we know that it's okay. But Maria is trying to win this game, so let's not blunder, of course. Maybe not knight d4 after queen f7. Yes, she needs to be careful. And Tan Zhongyi won this game with the white pieces after finding a brilliant idea g4, and what a sad moment, yes, for her opponent.
Excellent moment here in the Muzychuk Maria and Bela Khotenashvili. What about g6 on queen f7?
G6 here. Ah, you want to play knight g5?
Oh, I love it.
Ah, so you just give away this pawn, but what about queen g6?
Take.
Take.
Take that also, and knight g5.
But bishop h6, can I take this after knight g5?
I'm so disappointed.
Yes.
I'm so disappointed that the pawn is hanging on h6.
Yes, white is still slightly better, but I think that you've spoiled all Maria's advantage.
Yes, not mine.
Yes, it was not yours to spoil, of course. So
king f7, Bela played king f7, and after queen h5 check. That's it. The next move will be g6. Yeah.
By the way, we have the final result of the poll who will advance to the fourth round of the FIDE Women's World Cup. We were asking our audience to vote on the result of the match between Vaishali Rameshbabu and Yip Karisa, because it was temporary result, but now the poll is complete. So 74% has voted for Rameshbabu Vaishali to advance. So we will see what will happen tomorrow.
Sure. So, yes, this, I mean, maybe here there is nothing much to do.
But Bela is still thinking after queen h5 and king g8 back. And why can't she play g6 here?
Of course she can.
Maria will play g6 here, of course, and she goes for it. This position, of course, is hopeless for Bela. And Maria will win this match 2-0.
Yes, the perfect score.
Maria Muzychuk, sister of Anna Muzychuk, who is also playing in this event. By the way, I haven't seen the bracket, Valerie. Have you seen the bracket if the sisters can meet against each other? Because only on one occasion I saw that it happened in the last World Cup. Usually the sisters, they never play against each other. They always make draws, but in this case, where only one player can advance, they were forced to play the tie breaks, and Anna beat Maria last time.
So she has to revenge.
It's not an easy situation for the sisters, of course, but Maria has won the World Championship in 2015, which was organized in the same format, knockout format.
You know what? I like the position of the parents in that moment when the sisters are playing between each other. Parents are celebrating any result. In any result, they are in a good situation.
Yes, but they would want the sisters to meet in the final in that case.
Okay, so
g6 is on the board. I think that Bela is thinking, just wait 30 seconds left, just for a second.
How many games do we have in
only
progress?
Two.
Only two. This and one more, right?
Yes. We had a lot of matches which have been decided already, but we will review the results, of course, at the conclusion of this round. Maria still has 14 minutes to make another move, and Lela. Okay, let's get back to Lela. And she managed to win the G-pawn. Have a look, Valerie, at this position.
So Paulina missed something.
No, but she played knight e5, and she attacked the pawn on g6. There was no way to defend it anyway. So she played rook c7, proposing the rook trade.
Yeah, that's true.
By the way, maybe rook c7 was allowing black a few hopes. Are you winning there or aren't you not?
Trading, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rook c7, king c7, and maybe king g5. But as you remember, our knight is allowed to sacrifice itself. So all we need is to take one of the pawns and then sacrifice the knight for another.
What about knight c2, the concrete way? After king
Yes.
g5, knight c2, attacking here, and knight f3, knight e3 back.
Yes, maybe. Let's show it here.
Yeah.
So rook c7 was not precise at all. Played rook a8, keeping the rooks on the board. But what is the difference now? So what if I play rook c8?
Then I will capture it.
So I will take, and then what is the difference?
No difference. just the king on c8.
King on c8, maybe this is decisive.
Just a little bit far away. Why not?
Yes. Okay. So why not? I am too tired.
This
and
is the
we
position.
have this position.
Technically has to be winning. No? I think so, as another pawn is also in trouble. Let's see. So Bella is still playing after g6, or she resigned?
And I think actually we have a move. Rook c4 is on the board, attacking the d4 pawn, but you can't take it because knight c6, knight e6 check. So
Bella, wait a sec. What did Bella do? On g6, bishop e7.
let's move to the other game, yes, because I think that this game is hopeless anyway. So. But king g5 is on the board. Rook a7 is a threat. I think that Polina is going to lose this game. She played rook c4. You can take on e6, on d4, because knight e6. But wait. Her idea was to take on g4 and to take on d4, but she needs to sacrifice her knight, but she can't.
She can't, because on knight takes g4, there is knight e6 first, and then taking on g4.
But so what if king f7? Let's try.
Okay.
But I can't even go on the e file because you will play rook e6.
Rook what?
Because rook f6. And I can't go king e7.
You
see,
that?
yes, this. And if I go to g7, then you can't take on d4 anyway.
Wait, here it will be a checkmate.
Yes, so
king g8 and king g6.
Polina is on the verge of losing this game. King g5 threatening rook a7.
Okay, I have to refresh it, because I have a very old position on the board.
By the way, once again, I keep forgetting. If I take on g4, you will give check first. That was because my idea was to sacrifice this knight. So knight g4. If you take king g4, then I can take. But let's show it. Yes, that was my idea. It was not clear for me at all. Yes, let's demonstrate it. But after knight g4, knight e6, intermediate move, protecting the pawn on d4, and only then I will take on g4, and white is completely winning. What did Polina miss here after king g5?
Maybe she missed exactly that.
So the intermediate, yes, knight e6.
Yeah.
It's been for how many hours are the players playing? 5 hours already, and Polina spent most of this game finding
all the
difficult
game,
solutions.
She was in the
Under
defense,
pressure,
under
yes, she was
pressure,
under
yeah.
pressure.
That weakness on c6, she felt all the time.
But Lela played the game in the style of the old masters.
Yes.
G4, I told you. G4 was...
Yeah, G4 is high technique.
Yes, high technique, and it was the beginning of the right plan. Bringing her king to G3, F4, E5. She actually chosen another route, king H4, king G5. But it brought her the necessary advantage.
Polina realized that something went wrong. Okay, what to suggest for black? I don't know even what to suggest, how to continue.
So in the previous round, we didn't have any Georgian players in the tiebreaks. In this round, we already have
two of them.
Nana Dzagnidzhe, yes, Maria Arabidze, Bela Khotenashvili will not make it, and Lela Javakhishvili might be the only Georgian player who will advance directly to the fourth round.
Rook c1.
Rook c1 is on the board. Polina realized that she cannot take on g4, of course. So after rook c1, what if I give check on a7? I wanted to give this check for a while already.
Definitely.
What can you do here?
Where to go with the king?
Okay, king g8 or king g8, king g6.
King f8, I think so.
No, king g6, I still have rook c6.
So you want to put king g8?
Maybe because king f8, I thought that you were going to give check knight g6. And what was played?
King g... what?
Let's have a look, because I
Rook
have...
e6. Lela played rook e6. Also makes sense.
Lela.
Lela.
Yes, not Bella.
Lela.
Yes.
Lela.
So should we sing one again? Yes. Her name was
Actually, I
Lela.
love the song
She
about
was a
Lela
showgirl.
with Eric Clapton.
I know, but this is a beautiful song, of course. Lela is only missing the yellow feathers in her hair. But she has a yellow sweater behind her, so there is an element which suggests that she is playing for a win here.
So, white is gaining another pawn on d5. Because in case of knight c2, there is rook c6 pin.
Oh, rook e1.
And what about knight d5 though?
Yes, knight d5, winning the second pawn, of course.
Maybe even first rook e7 check.
But rook e7, king f8.
And then knight d5.
Okay, but why do you want to make things more complicated?
Just to keep the king on the last rank.
I don't know, I would have taken on d5 and then you can think for a while. Maybe she wants to play knight g2 and trade the rooks, but then you can play rook g6. Yes, so after knight g2 here, what do you think, Valery?
So immediately, instead of rook e7 check.
But the same, maybe in this variation, Polina is pinning her hopes on knight g2, and she wants to trade the rooks, but this endgame is completely hopeless as well.
Even trading the rooks is completely losing.
But you can also play rook g6 here.
Okay, any of the moves just winning. Okay, so let's take a look at Bella's game, which is not going to resign and still continues fighting. This is a position, last move, king h4, that Maria made. But of course the position is absolutely losing. Okay, queen f6 is just forcing checkmate, hanging. So for example, if we play with the black some random move like queen e2, there is just queen f6, just for clearness, king g8, queen f7, King h8 and queen h7 checkmate. This is what is hanging. So, they did some moves. Queen d4, king h5. Now the only check is queen d1, king g6, and on another check there will be just queen f5, and it is actually the game over. And we have the handshake here. Okay, what to say? Congratulations to Maria.
Yes,
And
Maria
see
advances
her
to
on
the
next round.
Yes,
And
to
we
the
have
fourth
last
round.
game. We have last game. This is Lela against Paulina. And we have the end game. By the way, we have this end game.
So Lela decided to trade rooks. She played king f4. Okay, the knight is not trapped. Yes.
Knight is not trapped.
Yes, so knight can.
On knight c2, maybe Lela will play just king e4, or maybe even king e5.
Yes.
King e4 is
She needs
better.
to. Yes, that's why she played king f4. She needs to protect the pawn on d4. She could have played knight e3 and d5 at the same time.
The
No.
perfect plan, I think, will be.
Oh, I managed to blunder. You see, because the king was on g5, I wanted to play knight e3, and it's immediate draw because knight f3, of course. No.
Where?
Here, because I wanted to make knight e3. You see how tired we are, but
Yeah,
after
so
knight...
pawn's endgame, this is what I was talking about. Knight f5, you
Yes.
were trading
Yes.
that, but pawn's
You
endgame
were
is
true.
unlucky,
Yes, it's
unlucky
a draw.
position.
I missed this. Knight f4, knight d4, and I thought that knight f5 is winning, but after knight f5 this is a draw because black is keeping the opposition after king f7. You see how easy it is to spoil everything even here after 5 hours of playing?
Yes. So, what I was saying, Elmira, I think the perfect plan for white will be to put the king, for example, on e4, then to put the knight on f4, pawn on g6, and pawn on d5. That you couldn't touch any of them. And then just improve with the king on to one pawn or to another. I mean, the main point is that with the knight to protect both pawns.
So Paulina just played king g6, staring at the position in disbelief. Because her hopes were reduced, were shattered, you know, her hopes were shattered to advance to the next stage of this event.
Yeah, even here, knight e3 is enough. Yes, of course, knight. I mean, the main point is to support the both pawns with the knight and then improve the king. Then you can improve the king wherever you like, as the opponent could not capture any of the pawns. Knight d3 check, king e4, of course. Then king goes to e5. Easy win, actually, yeah.
So maybe one more check on f2. King e5. But the knight on e3 is protecting everything.
Knight went to b4, then in that case...
You can play king f5,
still.
then knight c6. Maybe you should start with d5
Then king
first.
f6. She wants like to stay like that, but king f6 is not solving any problems. After d5, king f6, easily king d4 is again going to c5 square and just pushing the d pawn till the end. Yeah. Okay, so more than this, what could we suggest here to Lela instead of d5? Okay, let's consider what's going on in case of king e5. And she did king e5. So, knight c6. No, knight c6, that's surprising. On king e5, Paulina played king f7.
Well, Lela will play
Then
d5
is like with the full comfort there. No, not even here. Okay, king d6 also is that.
She wants to bring the king to c7
Yeah, and then just push the pawn till the end.
But be careful, because if you bring the king to c7, then you cannot push the pawn immediately. If my king, no, you can.
Okay.
On d6.
You can just be I mean, slow a little bit and just play d5 first.
So
Now king c7 makes sense. D5.
Let's
okay,
see how
the same.
many tie-breaks do we have tomorrow. We have Nana Dzaghnidze facing Valentina Gunina. One. Then Alexandra Kosteniuk, who will play her second tie-break in this event against Maria Arabidze. Then we have Maria Muzychuk, who will face Yuxin Song tomorrow. 3 tie-breaks. Vantika Agrawal, who will play another tiebreak, so does Katerina Lagno, so this 4th tiebreak. Stavrola Tsalakidu against Harika Dronavali, 5th tiebreak. And Yip Karisa and Vaishali Ramishbabu, our 6th tiebreak.
6 already?
Yes, 6. And probably this will be the final number.
Seems like that. Last move was king f6. Here, Lela could easily play king c7. And then just, I mean, there is no worries. Physically, there is no worries. Just push the pawn later. The important thing is that g4 pawn is supporting with the knight.
The important thing here is to have a steady hand.
Yeah.
Yes, you.
On the 6th hour
Yes,
of
on
the
the
game.
6th hour of the game, you should not be afraid of ghosts. And 2 minutes is more than enough to finish this game and to have this victory under your belt.
Yeah, because there are a lot of ghosts on the 6th hour of the game.
So Polina played king e5 here.
Okay, d6, king e7, both of them. He's winning the game. Let's see what is Lela going to do. She's not confident. She does not look confident. Maybe because of the ghost. The position is, of course, definitely winning. Just with any of the move, king e7 or d6 or king c7, any of the move is winning, as the black does not have enough resources to survive here. But still, time pressure
The
on
time
d6.
pressure and the stakes are high.
Yeah, too high,
I
too
think
high. And
that,
they are tired, you know.
yes.
I mean, don't forget about they are just simply tired.
Players are getting tired is one thing, but Georgian players are playing in Georgia, so maybe this adds up, you know, to this pressure, because you are playing not only for yourself.
Expectations are higher.
There are a lot of expectations, but you are playing for your family, your friends, your country, you know, the Georgian chess school. There's so many things that are going through Lela's head right now, so she knows that she can't spoil this.
That's true. That's true. And the last move was d6. I was trying to find some chances for black, but it just useless tries.
Let's say knight
c5 check, just king e7.
King e7.
And king f4, for example. But then just d7.
Yes, but maybe you can play d7 immediately.
Instead of what?
No. Yes, I mean after king f4.
Yeah, d7, and that's it. I mean, taking on d7, take on d7, and when the black captures on e3, white is just promoting.
So this was a perfect square for the knight on e3.
Yes, I mean, to protect both of the... I wanted to do the same with knight on f4 and pawns d5 and g6. That's the same idea, is the same, that just to protect both of the pawns and improve the king, that Lela actually did well. And now it's just time to think about the mistakes that was in the game. Yeah. So, instead of knight c5 check, maybe king f4 immediately is not changing anything, as white will do the same king e7. So, for example, king takes e3, d7, knight e5. Here, both of the moves... no, actually, this is what I get.
Yes.
The draw? No,
Here's
g5.
the draw. No, g5 is winning. No, g5 is winning, but D8 is a draw, by the way.
D8 is a draw.
Yes.
So finally we found something.
You know what you have to play here?
And here we are. No, king e4.
By the way, let's get back to this position where you have the king on e7 and the king on e3. Yes. D7, knight e5, g5, king e4. But here you have to play g6, yes, to win this game.
Oh, maybe even king e6 is enough. After king e4, king e6. Yeah. Okay. So in the game was king e4, and Lela is putting the king on c7, which actually makes a different sense. So on king takes e3, d7, knight c5, and g5 here. Yeah, this is what we have.
Yes, Lela will play d7 now.
Knight c5 is the only move.
To stop the pawn,
and then maybe even g5 is enough.
What do you mean, even? You have to play g5. This is now or never.
Definitely g5 is the only move here to win the game. Is she thinking about g5 now?
She's shaking her head.
What?
Yes, she's looking for g5. Maybe both moves are winning. Simply
Maybe.
transposes, yes,
Maybe
g5.
I just don't like her confidence. Otherwise, yeah, maybe g5 is still winning. Yes, why not?
Because what else do you have?
Yeah, maybe she was just choosing. You know, when we have a choice, we look like that all the time. This or that.
And we keep having those unusual endgames.
Yes?
Yes. Now the knight cannot stop those two passers. But yesterday, the knight...
Maybe g5 is even the better
Yes.
move than d7, more technical.
But yesterday, the knight on b1 couldn't stop the pawn on h7 as well.
King e4, now Lela will push another time that pawn. g6. As she starts pushing g-pawn, I think she will do it till the end.
g6 is on the board.
So what about knight f4?
d7.
d7 has to be done.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's not winning anymore.
What do you mean? But if I play g7, you take
Knight
knight e6 and
yeah.
you're, yes, and knight g7. Okay, there are a few tricks here. But d7, and you can stop the pawns, yes, because this is it. Knight e6, king d6, and then g7.
King d6, king c8, yeah. But still, nerves till the last move.
Those mighty knights are jumping. The knight in the center is covering 8 possible jumps, but even this is not enough.
Yes. Knight f4, and now Lela has to be careful to play d7. And she's doing it.
She has no other choice, yes, in this position.
King f5.
But what if
last
king,
chance.
yes, king f5.
Has to be g7.
But g7, yes, she pushes.
Even d8 is winning, Almira.
But by the way, what if I play king e5 and not king f5? King e5, so if you play d8, I still make a draw or not?
On
No,
d8?
it's not enough. No, it's not enough. Knight d6, and then I will play g7.
Yes, and do you know also on king f5 what is winning? Even if I promote. Yes, even if I promote.
Yes, but that's what I was thinking.
Knight e6 check, king d7,
Somewhere.
knight d8, and g7. Still winning. Lela played
Here
g7,
we are. Polina
and a
Shuvalova
handshake.
stopped her clock and she admits her
Congratulations to
defeat.
Lela.
a very, very clean game, very interesting. And she defeated a world-class opponent, Polina Shuvalova. Lela advances directly to the fourth round. Valerie, we are back. So maybe let's sum up the results of this round. We have
six
tie breaks for tomorrow, of course, which will start tomorrow at the same time. Before we leave, I just wanted to bring the prizes on your screen, because we will see that there is a huge difference, huge pay jump for the fourth round qualifiers. So we will have a look what the players are fighting for. But I think just before, yes, Charlize is actually ready. Sorry, we we have to coordinate things. So Charlize, it's to you, back to you.
I'm here with Lela Javakhishvili, who just beat Polina Shuvalova to go on to the next round. And as you can see, we have a very empty hall around us. Lela, tell me about this game and the match.
Oh, I'm so tired now. I can't even... well, it was a very positional game. I got a little bit advantage after the opening, in the middle game, and the end game was very comfortable for me to play, and it was not easy for black to defend this position. Probably it's possible to defend by engines, I don't know. Just one weakness black has, but in practical game it's not easy.
And both of you had very little time on your clock, almost a minute, but this end game was, of course, winning for you, but there was still a lot to calculate. Were you ever worried, or did you know this would be smooth sailing?
Well, at least it was, I could make any time a draw, and it's already comfortable for me. Of course, at the end I understood that I'm totally winning, and of course I was worried not to blunder anything and make a draw. But okay.
And you would have been fine with the draw? Does this mean that for playoffs you're also confident in your rapid and your blitz skills?
Well, it's not about confidence. It's about, this is a format like this. You should be ready for tie breaks. By mentally, physically, everything. Because, I don't even remember... I can't even count which this is by number. Which World Cup is for me. So I'm experienced to play tie breaks also.
Yeah, well, I did some research, and that you played 4 Women's World Championships in the same knockout format. So you do have a lot of experience. What were your results with playoffs before?
I was in this stage. Before a few times, but. I don't remember, but not really big. Big success I had in this type of tournament.
And the Georgian players seem to be quite close. Seeing you guys on Instagram and social media. Now a few of them have been knocked out. What are your thoughts on that, Bella, Nina?
Yeah, I told Bella, don't leave me alone here. But well. We are good friends, and we have a good relationship. At least I took my husband. It was possible because it's in Georgia now, and I took my husband with me. At least he will be during.
So you're not alone.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you say you're happy that it's in Georgia because of bringing your husband. But what else? And how often have you played in Batumi?
Quite often. We had here Olympia, the European Team Championship. We will have the European Team Championship in October again. It's comfortable for me because I don't need to fly anywhere. It takes 5.5 hours to come here from Tbilisi by train. But still. This is a plus, but of course, when you are playing in your hometown, it's also, a bit more, you are more nervous or like this. But because you know that many people are watching your games, and they are kind of supporting you. So you have more, I mean, how to say? Pressure, yeah.
That's interesting, because I would think that you have some kind of home advantage, being more used to the food, the climate, all of that. But you say the pressure is more of a thing.
No. I mean, in chess, it's not a football or something like this. In chess, home, it's not always a good idea. And about Batumi, is absolutely different from Tbilisi. It's a side, and also the food and climate and everything. For me, it's not usual. So it's like going different country. But yeah, I mean, it's familiar for me, everything. And Salome also is my very good friend. She's organizer. She's making everything possible for me to I mean, make my tournament better. And
so you are surrounded by friends.
Yeah. I mean, yes, of course, our federation and everyone is trying their best for us. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Last question. Will you be joining us on the FIDE when we're trying all these Georgian foods?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know. I didn't think about it. You know, you can't plan anything in this type of tournament, so I didn't have any plans before this game, of course, and we will see. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Lela, and enjoy your day off tomorrow as well, double off day since you don't have the playoffs.
And also I have day after tomorrow, also free day. I have 2 days.
And we'll see you back for round 4.
Thank you.
A very tired but very happy Lela Javakhishvili. Valery, I can't even remember how many times Lela won the Georgian championship.
I will tell you shortly.
Yes,
most of the time.
Yes, we will
Too
have
many times.
to figure it out. Yes, Lela advances directly to the 4th stage of this World Cup. So let's have a look at the prizes. Yes, so she secures already a very important prize. So she just shared with us how important it was. So she is surrounded by friends and family.
She went to the 4th round.
Yes.
So it means she guarantees
$9,500. And there is even a bigger difference between the round 4 and round 5. $14,000 is at stake, and the winner gets $50,000. So Lela is quietly advancing to the 5th round, maybe. Yes. So let's have a look at the results of this round. We will bring the results shortly.
I can.
Yes,
actually, without
is it.
Okay,
but
here
we
are.
have those beautiful graphics. So Lei Qingji won 2-0 against Antonietta Stefanova. She is qualified for the 4th round. So does Umida Omonova. She beat Elnaz Kalekmet in 1.5 half. Nana Dzagnidze will play tie-breaks tomorrow, so this is our first tie-break. Bela Khotenashvili lost 2-0 to Maria Muzychuk. Hampi Koneru advances as well. Then comes our second tie-break between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Maria Arabidze. Anna Muzychuk will play against Yuxing Song tomorrow as well. This is our third tie-break. Lela Javakhishvili just won against Polina Shuvalova, so she is through. Georgina won 2-0, it's a perfect score. Ina Chodor lost to Divya Deshmukh. Another tiebreak, the 4th tiebreak between Katerina Lagno and Valentina Agrawal. The same thing will happen between Stavrula Tsulakidou and Harika Dornavali. 5th tiebreak, Tanjungi is through. Osmak Yulia was very convincing today. Mariet Kamalidenova was praised by our commentators. She won against Anna Shukman. And the 6th tiebreak, which will feature Karisa Yip and Vaishali Rameshbabu. So let's call it a day, Valery. We will be here.
It was a long day.
It was a long. Well, I haven't seen otherwise here. I don't know. So we will be here tomorrow at the same
will be exciting tie-breaks.
And of course, we will remind you about the format of the tie-breaks tomorrow, but rapid games, different time controls, and then blitz games if necessary.
Yes.
It's a wrap. Thank you so much for watching and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.